charm, maybe? We'll see. Let's open that video preview. Twitch seems to think I'm live. Usually takes about 30 seconds or so for stuff to get sent down the tube. Maybe. Yeah, so it looks like Seahawk Blue is confirming also that they're not seeing me either, which is a shame. Usually this works fairly smoothly. Yeah, let me adjust this a little bit. Cool. All right. So people are confirming that I am live, so that's awesome. Cool. So Squambles McFlanagan says, "Hey dudes, yeah, hey folks, good morning. How are you?" So let's get this thing going. Uh, okay, so cool. So hi, good morning. I'm Joshua. Today is January 15th, 2017, and today I am working on my video game Delver. For those of you who might not know, Delver is a procedural dungeon crawler. It also has RPG elements and roguelike elements and first-person shooter elements. Delver is a passion project that um, myself and another developer, Chad, have been working on for about 4 years now. We've worked on this in our free time, and um, we have we have no publisher money, so we kind of do this like out of our own pocket or with zero budget. So a lot of it is trying to be as careful as we can and be as effective as we can. So I am the art guy. So I do all the 2D art, the 3D art. I do level design. I also happen to do community management. I also do a little release planning. I guess the truth of the matter is when your team is two people, you guys and gals and folks do a lot of different roles, and you try to do the ones you're best at. If you can afford it, you contract out the other ones, and then you just yeah, it's been an interesting experience. A lot of learning has happened. Um, okay, hey Seahawk Blue. Okay, looks like everything's going good. Um, All right, so kind of one of the first things I do right off the bat is I go to a command prompt and I go to our source control and I kind of cover the changes that we have done over the past week, just so you have an idea of what we have been working on. Uh, Let me get status real quick to see if I'm up to date. Yep, looks like I'm up to date. Okay, cool. So this just basically gives you an idea for the past week what Chad and I have been working on. So it looks like, yep. So Chad has added. So we're doing a little bit more work on the unique item concept. For those of you who watch my streams or who have played the latest version of Delver, there is now. Oh, I got coffee all over myself. There is a unique item now called the Forgotten, and it's kind of like a test case for our unique system. Um, so yeah, so now monsters have a chance of spawning unique items on death, and unique items are special in the fact that um, they potentially can have their stats scaled depending upon what floor you find them. So for those of you who are modders or who are kind of dug into Delver a little bit, um, how our item system uh, typically works is you create an item and then you assign a level of the dungeon that it is most likely to appear on. So a lot of the low level items will appear on dungeon floor 1. There's also a chance that they will potentially be found on different floors, but generally you assign a dungeon level to an item and that's where it has the highest chance of being found. Uniques are interesting in the fact that they can be dropped on any of the levels, and depending upon what level you find it, their stats will be scaled accordingly, which is an interesting decision because like you could find potentially two people could find the same unique item and it would be better or worse depending upon where they found it. Again, not sure how I or how the community feels about that. So please feel free to leave comments about that. But it's something we're working on. Um, because we didn't want to have to like define a whole bunch of unique items for each level of the dungeon. We wanted to have just a unique set to pull from. We are also worried about uniques being too overpowered on the first level. So I don't know. Again, part of the process of development is us making stuff, getting it out there, and getting feedback on um, whether people use it or not, whether they think it's overpowered, all that good stuff. Cool. So it looks like Chad added the options to show hide the HUD, disable head bob. Um, he also added a debug option for flying and no clip. So this is also kind of helping. This also helps you get good screenshots. So when you are wanting to showcase like your mod work, it's nice that you can get like really cool beauty shots in now for like your levels and stuff like that. It's also the no clip will also be handy in case the room generator decides to give you a bad room. You can clip right through the wall. Um, this slight camera roll when strafing with head bob. So it looks like Chad added some more head bob stuff, and he also is doing some work on monster audio. Yeah, so we also encountered some issues with our audio system. Maybe not issues, but maybe when the game was simpler and we had fewer things in it, we could afford to throw like lots of stuff at the libggex framework. But now that we have lots of lights and lots of audio sources, we have to kind of be careful about playing the ones that only the player can see or hear. Oh, yep. Thank you, Doofus. Let me slide that over. Yeah, I always forget because I can't see my little face. All right, so I think that's the good. So this is actually okay. So that is that, and also I've been working on. Let me see if I've done anything on the other side. So for those of you who know, I'm also working on adding language support to Delver. Um, and this is basically a couple of things. Um, we want to be able to have the engine support Unicode, specifically UTF-8. And I believe UTF-8 covers character sets for quite a few languages. So my work with there was making sure that when we read and write to disk, that we preserve the character encodings. Then I've also been working on creating the characters the actual glyphs for the font, so you can actually render out the Unicode. And then thirdly, I've been working on this is probably something I'll work on later here in the stream is actually since we're only two people and we have no budget, we can't afford like official translations. So what we're trying to do is make sure the engine can support language pack mods. So ideally, if folks were really desiring a like a Turkish translation, the community could get together and translate it into Turkish. I will be working with a colleague up here in the Seattle area who is a native French speaker, and we will be so on day one of the new update, when the workshop support rolls out, we will have a French language pack, which I'm super excited about. But there are still some things to iron out. But let me just do another um, do the git log in this separate branch because I'm doing these changes in a separate branch, not to so I'm not randomizing Chad. Okay, so it looks like I've updated the pixel font to contain more characters. I've fixed the Y offset for the characters with Cedilla. So this is some of the work that I've done during my my bonus dev streams. So if you don't know about that, so today is Sunday, and I do a regular weekly Sunday development stream on Delver every week at this time. Pretty good about it. But sometimes throughout the week, if I have time, I will do a bonus development stream where as time permits, I will work on Delver and I'll stream it. And it's kind of like this, but a little bit more lightweight. And I did two this past week because we found a nanny and I can get a little bit more work in on Delver. Um, so that's exciting. So if you want to be aware of those, just go ahead and follow me on Twitter or on Twitch. My handle on both is Joshua Skelly, so that you can get notified of those. If you miss it, don't worry. Down below is my archive, and you can go watch it on YouTube if you're really interested in what I'm doing on the bonus streams. So mostly just working on the character. Yeah, so this is updating the characters. This is working on a straight translation resource. Um, so Um, yeah, thanks, Mubot. You did a really good job there. So the straight translation resource would actually be the thing that folks actually would translate. So you don't have to worry about replacing all the items. You just have to replace a set of names, and the engine will handle swapping them out. Um, Let me see. So this is just a lot of just here. I'll show you. So right now, I'm pretty happy with it. We have, I think we have 264 characters now that the Delver engine can render, which I think is super cool. So H should be RGB. So 255. So I've tried to include as many of the Roman characters as I possibly could. Again, the unit, all the characters covered by the Unicode spec is huge. So I've tried to be, I guess, careful about which ones I've done. But I've got a good chunk in there. I should be able to support most of the European languages and some beyond that. Okay, let me take a look at chat a little bit because it looks like folks have been talking a lot. So Squabbles McFlanagan says, "Hey Josh, I have a question about an item found on the question mark floor called the Forgotten." Yep. So yeah, that was yeah. I briefly touched on that. That's just we're testing out the unique system. So that's all that is. It is an item. It's a weapon. We try to make it good, but not too good. I don't know. We're just figuring that out. Um, a literal train says, "Can I get an explanation of how the durability system works in game?" Not really sure how it works. Sure. So any given item, there are five potential uh, item conditions it could be in. It could be in broken. It could be in worn. It can be in normal. It can be in fine, and it could be in excellent. So the stats are scaled depending upon what condition it's in. And also, I made changes that aren't live yet, but when the item breaks, it becomes really bad. So what it is the item has a durability value, let's say 10. So if it starts off at um, normal quality, whenever you use the item 10 times, so if you hit the wall, hit an enemy 10 times, it will drop down an item condition. So it'll go from normal to worn. And then you hit it 10 more times, and it goes from worn to broken. Um, so basically, if you find a normal sword with durability of 10, you have to hit something 20 times for it to break. Um, Now, I do admit, like this system, like it was put in late in the update, and we actually like everything has the same durability. I do want to tweak that. I do want to make steel items pretty darn durable, but that hasn't come yet. It will probably come at the end, maybe the end of this update when a lot of our Steam Workshop stuff is kind of ironed out. But yeah, that's how it works. Cool. Nickman is excited about the no clip option. Thanaris32 says, "I've created a map using DelvEdit, but when I try to load it, DelvEdit crashes and I can't continue working on it." Nickman, okay, Nickman is, yeah, so Thanaris also, feel free to hit up Nickman. Nickman has been doing a lot of really cool level editing, and they know how to troubleshoot broken levels. Let me see. Ba, 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 ba. Chris says, "Will there be localized voice work for the I heard something, etc.?" Yeah, that would be a lot. That would be a lot of work. I guess it would probably be better if all of our little character barks were non-English. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. I don't even know if people can mod that in. It's something definitely to consider because yeah, audio makes things harder. Hmm. So Spopey says, "Am I the only one working on Delver?" No, there are in fact two of us working on Delver. So again, if you're coming in late to the stream, hi, I'm Joshua. I am the art guy, so I do the 2D, 3D art, UI art. Everything you see, I've touched in some way. We have had some help in the past from an artist named Sam Garcia from Spain. He did a lot of our promotional illustration work. He is awesome. You can follow him on Twitter at SamCube. And we've had another artist that came in like a year ago to help us smooth out some of our animations because animation is not my specialty. His name is Hunter, and I think you can follow him like at Big Jerk Art. I'm not sure, but he's a very talented animator. But he just took my existing animations and made them look good. But yeah, for the most part, we're two people, and um, so we wear a lot of hats. But also we contract out stuff. So those two gentlemen we contracted out before. We also, like for audio, we use Power Up Audio out of Vancouver. They are very hardworking, industrious folks, and I love working with them. So we contract out audio through them. Okay, so yep, we have lots of characters, so we should be able to support a crap ton of languages. So I'm pretty happy with that. Um, let's actually, yeah. So I'm just gonna do some pixel art. Hopefully folks don't mind that. Um, what we're looking at here is what I'm calling a character story expansion pack. So for those of you who are ancient like me and might recall, there was an early version of a game called Warhammer Quest, which is very similar to Hero Quest. Um, and what they did was, I thought was really cool. Let me pull up this image on Google Images. But what they would do is they would expand the game by allowing you to play different character classes, and these were little boxed sets you could buy. And they had the miniature and they had like the rules, and I thought that was really cool. So what I'm trying to do here, and my head's kind of in the way. Let me see if I can zoom in and pan it. Nope. Zoom out. So what I'm trying to do here is not create playable character classes per se, um, but what I'm trying to do is something like Dark Souls, where I'm creating a set of items around a particular character who has a story, and for some odd reason or another, they went into the dungeon and perished. And I'm going to create a series of items and maybe even notes that you can find that kind of give you a little bit of insights into like what they're about, like their character. So I guess in some way, if you found all of their items, you potentially could play as that character. But for the most part, this is just to add more flavor to the dungeon. And I'm also hoping this will serve as a template for people to create really cool characters to have them also explore in the dungeon and perish and find their cool loot. Um, so yeah, so thanks. So Chris is complimenting on the book. So yeah, so I think on one of my bonus streams, I started working on a book. Um, I guess folks have noticed, and maybe it's been mixed, and I've kind of felt both ways about it. But so you can find books in the game, and typically books are junk. And to be honest, I guess a lot of the books probably aren't super exciting, right? Like books in real life, like how many magical books have you found, right? Like not many. So I'm okay with books being junk, but the special books I definitely wanted to call out. Like if you were to see, um, hopefully, and I'm not wrong in this, but hopefully I'm not wrong. But like if you saw like these two books just sitting next to each other, you would understand that one there's something special about, and one is just junk. My thought with this is again like I'm trying to build out items for a wizard character. Um, so uh, like grimoires or like magical books are probably something that should be there, and a lot of folks have asked for it. So what my plan is right now is this will be a left hand item that will excuse me um, that will just give you a significant magic boost. Right now, I don't know of any other interesting things I could do with a left hand item because they're all kind of passive abilities. And I think just adding a map to the magic stat is the best way to do that. Cool. So actually, what I was thinking is because I want this to be a learning resource, I was thinking about creating a Git repo and putting this out there. So folks, if they want to get access to this, they certainly can. We're using it. So again, trying to make it easier for the folks who want to mod, have resources to mod and learn about it. So I think I'm just going to do it right now, right? Uh, let's just make a directory called Delver example mods. Okay, and then I'll do a get init. Okay, so that should give me that. Let me go ahead and add browse. Let me just not clone, but create browse, and then I created this my repositories, GitHub, and Delver example mods. Okay, add repository. So cool. So I'll just go ahead and just to start working on actually packaging this up as a mod, putting it out on Git so folks can see how to do it. So let's do something like, let's just do code dot. Because Visual Studio Code is pretty lightweight, pretty easy. So let's do we need a new file. Let's do a .gitignore because those are nice to have. Let's also do a new folder. Let's call this example character pack. And I'm open to renaming this too. Character story pack. And then this should be the mod directory. So in here, this kind of needs to later Visual Studio Code. This kind of needs to mirror how the Delver directory is set up, right? So let's look at repos, GitHub, Delver, engineer, assets. So, pardon me. So we need a data folder with sprite sheets in it. So let's do a new folder called data that needs to live there. And then here, this data needs to have a new file called sprite sheets.dat. And what else do we need? We need the actual images, right? So I think for right now, I think it's okay for it just to live in the root. So let's just go ahead and copy it. So these have been living on my desktop, which makes me nervous because stuff on my desktop doesn't really usually stick around very long. So let's just go ahead and let's paste it into the let's go ahead and paste it in there just to get this into source control so I don't lose everything. Cool, mage items. So that should be in there now. Nice. We also need to define a items.dat because that's actually how Delver knows how to let me see. Let me see. So chat. When I try to edit, the Delver edit crashes now when I edit the game. Yeah, so Guy2203 is pointing out, so for some odd reason on Windows, we're not sure why, we've tried troubleshooting it. If you try to open or save a level, a room file, what happens is it will pop open the native file open modal dialog behind Delv Edit, and Delv Edit will appear to have frozen, but you have to Alt Tab. We've tried everything to fix this and we've had no luck. So unfortunately, that is a quirk. It's that we have to live with, unfortunately. And until I don't know, I'm not sure how we could fix it, but on like Mac and Linux, it's not an issue. It's super undesirable behavior, but we like literally it's some weird quirk with Java on Windows and not been able to fix it. So we need an items.dat, so that needs to live in data. So let's go to data, new file, items.dat. Cool. What else do we need? That might be enough. That might be enough to at least get us going so we can test some of this junk out, right? Let's take a look at, let's just take a look at sprite sheets, right? That's the small one, we'll start there. So sprite sheets, actually that's not what I wanted to do, delete. So sprite sheets.dat is just a it's a JSON file that is simply a list of these entries. So if I just copy the first one, I go over here and I can paste it. Make sure to clean up my JSON so that we have the square brace, curly brace, curly brace, columns. And so this needs to be, let's look at our, this right now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an odd number of columns and it makes my skin crawl. Joshua, why'd you do that? Uh, hmm. Uh, Maybe I should resize this sheet before I start committing to stuff to it. So um, I want, for some reason, my brain always wants to go power of 2. Um, oh, Joshua. Let's just do. Let's just leave it as is. Like I can resize it, and we can commit that to the GitHub if we need to. But this is, yeah. So it's odd. So it's 5 columns. The file name is mage items.ping. Scale is 1, and the name we'll call it is mage items. Cool. So this will allow the engine to actually know about this sprite sheet. Let me see. So GUI2203 says maybe add a reminder while opening a level that says Alt Tab if the window doesn't appear. That's not a bad idea. At least it would be something we could do. Um, KR Stalker says maybe you could add bigger books so when you throw them at enemies it does more damage. Maybe. um, Chris says, why are the reasons to name the JSON files .dat instead of .json? That's a Chad question. I'm not sure, but yeah, they're definitely JSON files. The weird thing is they're not like like really they're not like standards compliant JSON files. So I don't know. Maybe that's it. Doofus Digital says the old OpenGL user and you wants to have everything to be power 2. If I still recall correctly, OpenGL still wants things to be powers of 2. It's just they do some working arounds that if it's non-power of 2, it will still use up a power of 2 chunk in memory and just hand you back either that or a sub, that's like a subsection of that. Cool. So we got that. So and let's look at defining the items. Wait, this is items.net. Why did you guys not tell me this is not correct? So let's cut that. Let's paste it here because this is the sprite sheet definition. So there we go. So the items now need to be defined. So let's look at here, and then let's look at items. Let's pull that over. So let me split this so we can look at them at the same time. Okay. So we need to have curly braces, and then we have categories. So we have melee. And we can do. It looks like VS Code smart enough to do code folding on this. So melee, ranged, armor, wands, potions, scrolls, decorations, junk, food, enchantments. Okay, so these are kind of the big broad categories of potential items you could have. So let me see. So KR Stalker says maybe you could add blacksmiths so when you break your sword you can repair it. Maybe, maybe. So with my changes right now, when you break a sword, it also loses all of its magical enchantments, which I think would be okay if you repaired it and they didn't have them. Maybe I'm thinking not maybe a blacksmith because again I'm trying to avoid grindy behavior, but maybe if there was a scroll that would bump up your item that would bump up the current weapons item condition, that might be useful. Maybe. Again, I apologize if I sound negative about feedback. I really do listen to feedback, and I do keep it in my brain, and it kind of all the feedback in my brain like has this big like brawl, and usually a lot of stuff will fall out that is good and useful. So I guess let me see. So I'm kind of a split mind because this character is a wizard. So I'm debating, should I put all of the items underneath the magic category to reward people who play as mages, or if I should actually put them in their respective categories such as armor, melee, magic and junk and stuff like that. I think I'm just going to go ahead and put them all under magic for the time being. Let me see. So let's just do that for now. Wands and scrolls. Let me just keep to the pattern I have. So melee is also it's a dictionary, which is why it has the curly braces, and it's a JSON dictionary. Um, and each of these values roughly represents the floor it should be found on. Let me see. Say GU2203 says random question, how do you do the magic of the beer room, aka room over room? And Nickman says with meshes and hitboxes, correct. If you dig around some of the in Delve Edit, let me pop over there real quick. If you look at Delve Edit, I have defined. You can actually just open it up and see how I've done it, but also I've defined blocks in certain sets. Let me just take a look. So you can add, I think, where is it at? Entity architecture. Or maybe is it in temple sets? Maybe I haven't made it. Maybe I haven't made a maybe I've not made an entity of it. But if you go file, open, I think beer hall is called beer hall. Let me take a look. Dungeon ends, beer hall unique. So basically, it is a block that I have textured and added a hitbox to that you can walk on top of. And that's it. Nothing else beyond that. And I guess for the open, even I have to alt tab. So if you look at some of the undead area, like in a section 3, specifically the ones with the trap rooms. Let me see if I can find a good example of it. Like here, if I were to place a tipple sets and then a spike trap set piece, no. Entity simple sets spike column. So if you look at the spike column trap, it also has these blocks defined. So you can actually right click on it, ungroup, and then you can just see that I've just stacked meshes that are textured to look like walls. Because the limitation of our engine is you can't have room over room. Yep. Yep, there is no mana in the game. So yeah, there are no mana potions. Let me see. So Nickman and Guy are talking about stuff that's cool. KR Stalker says maybe you could add a recharge scroll to the recharge staff. Add a recharge scroll to recharge the staff. Again, people have asked about that. And I don't know. Like, we're just trying to find a good balance on how to make mages play well. So that might be one way to do it. But that's still kind of an open design decision. And Chris also has a good point too, is be careful about adding meshes because enemies don't walk over meshes. and and I guess Nickman is also pointing out they have made a a block manually by adding I think they're sprite decals. They're sprites that don't orient towards the camera and rotating them into position and adding a hitbox. So it's a bunch of stuff. So yeah, that is a way to do it too. And again, just be careful. Like, it's not necessarily a way that the engine was designed to be used. So, you know, your mileage may vary on how well things actually work when you start playing around with craziness. Okay, so for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and put all these items into the the first group here in Melee. Um, So it's a sword. All melee weapons are considered to be swords. It's a sword texture. So this is texture 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's texture 6. It is broken text 7, which is cool. Let me look at this again. Yep, 6, 7. The name is Old Academy Sword. Let me see. The damage should be decent. This is going to be a unique item, so let me kind of look at maybe what our steel sword looks like. So 6 and 4. Let me just start with those stats, and then I can bump them around a little bit. 6 and 4. Knockback 0.2. That seems fine. I'm gonna give it decent reach, so like maybe 0.7. Speed 1. Cost 500. I don't know. Like uniques are going to be weird that way. Speed and charge speed. Um, so I want these animations, not the dagger animations. So let me grab those. Those drop sounds probably are fine. So let me see how well this works. Chris says, is there some easy way to add a property to a JSON struct without manually copy pasting every element? Unfortunately, not that I know of. Whoa, it looks like my stream quality is tanking. Let me ask, is this? Okay, I guess it's not so bad. Yeah, it's recovered. Okay, so we have this old Academy sword. So let me. So this actually lives in our the Delver example mods character story pack. So I need to copy this over to where the game can actually find it. So let's do that. I think if I look at my repositories, GitHub, Delver, yeah, I think it should be here. So let's make a new mods folder, and you'll do the same thing too for the time being in your Delver directory, in the root directory. There's mods, and then let me just copy over this, and then let's run Delver and see if our stuff is coming through. Cool. Thanks for the feedback, folks. I appreciate that. KR Stalker says, Mimic add a setting to remove spiders. Why do you want me to remove spiders? They're not that bad, are they? CI Blue says, my new favorite game other than Minecraft and Delver by a long shot. Thank you. That's very kind. Um, uh, I don't think we compare to Minecraft, but you know we're doing our best to make the best game that we can with the resources that we do have. So Melee, 1, Old Academy Sword. Oh no! So what happened was that is not our Old Academy Sword. Um, um, ba, 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 ba. That is the broken version of the Forgotten. And what happened was is we did not specify the correct sprite sheet to pull from. So let's go back to our mod. And if we look here on this sword, it says Sprite Atlas Melee. So we need to go to the Sprite Atlas. This is Sprite Atlas Melee also. But we don't want Melee, we want Mage underscore items. That's the new one we created. Let's give this another shot. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I did, for arachnophobic. What we could do is we could mod it in to I think just reskin them to something that's people aren't necessarily as terrified of. Again, that's something I would not have considered until you brought it up. Melee one. It's still wrong. Why is that still wrong? Oh, because I didn't up. So yeah, so I updated it in my source control, but I did not update it actually in the mods directory. So let's give that another shot. So Seven Soul says, I'll mod spiders into bigger spiders. Maybe you put little smiley faces on them. If I remember, Seven Soul, is it Enrique? I think you've emailed me before. You're actually, I think Seven Soul is a very talented artist and modder and game dev. So thanks for joining my stream. Whoa, okay. So something obviously is wrong with the Y offset, right? That's not correct. But let's grab that and let's equip it. It's huge. Why is it huge? Something's wrong here. So let's figure it out. So if I create a sword from, let's say, Iron Sword, let's try to figure out what's going on. So it looks like it's not scaled correctly, for one. The pixels themselves need to be scaled down. So let's take a look at that. So let's look at the sprite sheet, and let's look at Melee. Oh, so the scale for items is half, and the Y offset is 0.25. So let's incorporate that into our mod. So let's grab this, and then go over to our sprite sheet, and then scale should be 0.5. And then we also need to add a default Y offset of 0.25. So let's do that. Let's save it. Let's copy it over so I'm not confused why it doesn't work. And let's give that a shot. Cool. Yeah, cool. So I guess that is Seven Soul. Nice. Cool. It's nice to put a name and a handle together. So if you guys may have noticed, it's easier for me just to refer to you by your names, and hopefully that doesn't upset people. Nice. There we go. Feels all right. Ah, there we go. So that straightened that out. Okay, that feels cool. Yep. So it's an old Academy sword. Um, yeah. So people are talking about the whole arachnophobia thing and spiders. Okay, cool. So um, let's see. I think I'm also going to have um, for the mod, the I think the staff is also going to be a melee item. I don't think it's not going to act like a wand. It's going to be let's try making a melee item first and see how that works. So that's 0, 1. So let me copy that over too. So let's just Control C, V, sword, sword, mage items, and this is a what is a cool wood? Well, I guess for the time, I'll call it a Yuan staff, and I guess I can just leave that for now. It needs to be texture 1, broken text 2. Also, I want to play around with durability a little bit too. So, for the old Academy sword, let's just do something like durability. Let's make it 20. Default durability is 15. So let's save that. So this also should now give us. I don't know if item. Yeah, so this should be fine. Let me copy it over and run it and see if that comes. That should make, I'm just making sure that it comes through okay. Run. Oh, let me see. Cool. So Doofus is Nolan. Yeah, I can call you Nolan. Yeah. Now that everybody's giving me their real names, it's gonna freak me out. But I'll try to keep them in my head. So Nolan. Um, so Nickman wants me to call them Ricardo. I can call you Ricardo. Ricardo de la Rosa Martinez Arcundia. Or Nickman. I mean, if you'd rather me call you by your handle, that's also fine too. Play. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know if I could call you Daddy, Enrique. That way, is it Enrique? Enrique. I'm sorry. Like I know you're Brazilian, so I'm putting it through a Spanish filter in my brain, which is not correct. I have been to Portugal, and Portuguese kind of looks like Spanish, but when you speak it, it does not sound like Spanish. Melee 1, Yuan staff. Nice. So I think so the Yuan staff, that's cool. I think the Yuan staff needs to have like crazy reach, right? That should be one of the nice things about having a staff. So I'm going to give it a reach of say 1.2, which I'm pretty sure should be the longest reach of any game, any item in the game. And um, okay, so I'll just call you Enrique. Maybe I'll look it up off stream and see if I can figure out a good way to uh, pronounce your name. Okay, so we got these two things in, which is cool. Yeah, again, like touching on the Portuguese versus Spanish thing. Like when I was traveling around in Portugal, like I could read signs and menus, kinda. But like when people would say stuff to me, I had no idea. It was just over my head. So now I want to pull in, let's say these, right? We want to pull in um, the armor items, right? And I think even technically the ring is considered armor. So let's go ahead and just get up this clothing set, which is cool. So let's do it. So if you look over here in this, over here in the items.dat, there's melee ranged armor. So we want to create an armor entry into our JSON dictionary. So it's important to have a comma after this one. And then let's go ahead and add armor. Init itself is also a dictionary. Actually, no, this is a dictionary. This is actually an object, which is why these are not quoted. Um, Gotcha. So Chris says, for some reason, I thought that staff would fire a magical projectile. Um, uh, and he says, oh, I see the second one is a broken staff. Got it. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe for the staff. Um, so my thought is maybe adding a custom animation. So you have a swipe, and then maybe the second one is like a Gandalf thing where he brings it up and brings it down. And on Delver Animations, we can actually add an action hook. So maybe I can do an area of effect attack there that you can just use as many times as your durability would allow. Um, Again, just playing around with items, it would probably be like maybe like a knockback effect, but I think it'd be something cool to have like make it that would make a staff pretty powerful in the fact that it would be both a melee and magical weapon. But I'll try prototyping that later. So first, I'm gonna get all of the items into our items.dat, so the mod is technically functional, and I will commit that to my Git repository. I will push it out to you folks if you want to take a look at it, and then we'll go back to seeing if we can do some fancy stuff. CI Blue says I can call him Jordan. Hey Jordan, cool. So Nolan and Jordan, those are the two new folks. I have to keep your names in my brain. Um, um, Yeah. So what it is if I remember correctly, and you know this is a long time ago. My poor brain is like, "Eesh." Let's look at our animations.dat and hmm, maybe not. Let's look at these are lerped animations with an action time. So that might not actually work, unfortunately. I know you can add actions to sprite animations, but maybe not to lerped animations. Let me look at lerped animation. Uh, Not there, Joshua. Main. Where's the actual? So here's the class definition, and it has action time. Okay, so it's not as robust as I was hoping, but maybe I can extend that out. But right now I'm gonna try to keep the mod as like as if one of you were making it without because you don't have access to the engine, so you can't make engine changes. So I'm gonna try to make the mod as vanilla as I can. And if folks and if I think that might be a cool thing, and I might extend the engine out to handle that, but we'll put that on pause for now until we get the mod actually functioning. So again, let's go ahead and put all of the armor into just the first slot because again, this stuff just appears on um, the first floor. And then we can kind of figure out actually, and then also maybe need to chat with Chad to see how unique stuff works, because maybe all this stuff should be unique. What do you folks think? For a mod content with special character story stuff, I think you should only be able to find the stuff once, so maybe making it unique would be appropriate, but it would be harder to find. What do you folks think about that? So again, I'm just going to kind of copy and paste and modify stuff. So um, yep, so let's start with the hat. That's a good place to start. Um, okay, so this is a skull cap, quibble cap hat, cost. So what we need to do is similar to up here, we need to add the sprite atlas. Um, so it needs to be um, it needs to come from the mage items atlas and not just the default armor atlas. Let's look at skull cap. Um, it just needs to be right now, for lack of a better term, we call it wizard's hat. Though I want to give this guy a name, I haven't found a good one yet. And it needs to be texture 0. Nice. So texture 0. That's cool. And then now let's add this. So this is the armor. It is texture 5, I think. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So texture 5. Um, uh, wizard robe, for lack of a better name. And again, if you guys have a cool wizard name, that feel free to throw it out there. I'm kind of imagining him as like this kind of like a hedge wizard or like almost like a druid kind of. He's kind of like this guy who was big into the Magic Academy, but for some reason in his past he left the academy to kind of do his own thing out in the woods. So whatever an appropriate name is, feel free to throw it out there. Um, oh hey, Crazy Hippie's here. Um, he is a he is a streamer that I had the very kind pleasure of meeting at a conference up here in Seattle. If I remember correctly, I think your name is Raymond. If I'm right, I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But he is very kind if he streams Delver and talks about it, and he's a good supporter of the project. So I appreciate that. Um, I'm working on um, I'm working on creating mod content. So ideally in March, the next update will land. We will have full-on Steam Workshop support, which is really sweet. Get all you guys' mods out there. For the very first day when we launch this, we want to have some mods already out in the workshop. So I'm going to make one that is it's a character story expansion pack kind of thing. So what it is it doesn't add a playable character, but it adds items that represent a character that went into the dungeon and perished, and you can find all their items and you can use them. You can equip them to kind of be like that character, but hopefully it does a little bit of storytelling, kind of like Dark Souls, where you find this person's stuff. I may also throw in some custom notes too. We'll see. But this is just kind of building out a good example mod, and I'm also going to be pushing it out here on GitHub later this stream, so you folks can kind of see how this is put together. So again, I don't want to infringe an IP, so I can't do Gandalf. Sorry, Jordan. Um, wizard robe, so I need to have wizard pants. Where are the pants at? Here we go. But yeah, a lot of that classic fantasy stuff I'm definitely inspired by. Um, oh, also I need to add the correct sprite atlas. So this comes from Mage Items. So again, if you don't put the correct sprite atlas on, it will not find your sweet art. So that's 0, 5, 10. And they're not pants, if you notice. They are boots. So I'll call them wizard boots for um, lack of a better name. Let's save this. Let's go ahead and let's copy over our mod, replace all the files. Let's launch the engine and play around. Cool. Hippie, I'm glad you think it's interesting. Hopefully, I'm really hoping this is provide a good example for the community to kind of run with. So I think it'd be cool to have all these kind of little characters that the community creates that you can download and kind of play. And have all these kind of little character arcs thrown in. Okay, so if I hit K and armor and 1, yeah, let's put all this stuff in game. Okay, that Y. So what happened here when? Let's just throw all these in and I'll talk about it. Okay, armor 1, boots. Okay, so if you notice here, the hat is falling through the floor. So we need to adjust the Y offset on that, and it looks like the wizard robe might be floating, so we need to adjust the offset on that the other direction. So, and I think the boots are probably okay. No, the boots are low too. Try to throw them on a flat piece of ground. Yeah, so it looks like I need to adjust the Y offsets on all these darn things. Let's see. Yeah, because I think, yeah, let me just try playing around with that. So Chris, I kind of, yeah, I got where that came from. I'm trying to, I'm trying to also avoid like any sort of religious connotations too. I kind of want to have like my own little thing. I think if it's cool, but maybe change them a little bit. Y offset. So if I clear out the Y offsets, so 0, 0. Let's try this refresh thing that Chad tells me it works. So let's copy over that. Copy. Yep. And then let's play Delver. Hedgewood. That's it. That's interesting. That's a very sort of Harry Potter-esque wizard name, right? Um, like um, like like Herman H. Hedgewood. That's cool. Thanks for all these cool suggestions, folks. So that actually is that's pretty close by zeroing it out. Let me keep throwing in the armor stuff. Or is it Hedwig? I think that Hedwig is definitely a Harry Potter character, I think. Not Wand. Armor. 1. No, Joshua. Armor. 1. Boots. Sweet. So yeah, I think just leaving them at 0 is probably the appropriate thing to do. So let's go ahead and let's just get in all of our sweet wizard gear. Yep, that is fine. Okay. So that's all equipped. I can if I want. We also have the weapons. I think the only thing left is to do the ring, and the book. Okay. Okay, so we still have these 2 items to do. Yeah, Nolan, I think you're correct. I think Hedwig is the owl. Um, but yeah, no, I think Hedgewood is cool. Let me see. So Crazy Hippie or Hippie says, have you thought about a simple class system anymore? I think the class system is going to be, I don't think we're going to add that in. I've updated our roadmap on the Steam forums to kind of let you know what we're working on. That gives you a kind of a good view. Again, I want to keep the class system to basically the items you find. Okay, so back here, armor, we want to add, here's a ring. Yeah, so let me just copy this over because this is going to be a ring. Okay. The ring needs to come from the Mage Items Atlas. Its text needs to be 0, 1, 2, 3. So text 3. This needs to be. And I'm wondering if this ring should belong to the wizard or maybe it belongs to somebody else that he carries. Hard to say. Um, um, for now, for lack of any better originality, I'll call it Old Iron Ring. And if I were to guess correctly, height 5. So calc. So 5 divided by 32. 5 divided by 32. I mean, standard. 5 divided by 2. Control C. So I think that should be the offset. Let's check it out. That should give us a pixel perfect offset. But let's see. 0. Copy. There we go. Yeah, and these costs also, like, they shouldn't appear in stores, but let me just bump the costs up because eventually they're going to be uniques and they should just be like, they shouldn't be for sale. So my thought is he's an old wizard that used to be associated with the Academy. He had a falling out with the Academy, and he's been living in the wilds. And he gets brought back in. I'm thinking maybe an old pupil of his or some sort of protege has gone into the dungeon, and the Academy has kind of charged him with tracking down his protege, which also gives me like basically it gives me a hook to make another character. Um, so yeah, so I'm thinking maybe he has something of that character's items to help him track him down for some odd reason. Just a thought. So, and also, if you notice, I have two textures in here for the ring. So I want to have one for the actual inventory screen and one for the actual in-game. So maybe it should be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the texture probably should be 4. And then if we look at item, let's look at our source, Dungeoneer, entities, item. There should be a texture for inventory text. That's what we want. So if we go back to here, we want our inventory text to be 3. And that should do it. Let's test it out. So let's copy this over. And then let's run Delver. Oh, Chris, with your jokes. Yeah, he was basically making a Ring of Sauron joke. Um, there is definitely fire at the end of Delver. That is for certain. Um, that is wrong. So, okay. Armor 1, Old Iron Ring. I think that's floating a little bit. I might have to play around with that. But that's correct. See how that has, so if I do another one, it's okay. Armor 1, Old Iron Ring. And then if you see my inventory, it has a different texture than the one on the ground. The one on the ground is a little bit less detailed. Hopefully, it's a little bit smaller because I want to have nice detail in the inventory. But when it's on the ground, I want it to look small and not huge because otherwise it would look like the same size as a dagger, and it would look like not. Um, I think having the two different um, sprites makes sense, and also I think it's good to showcase some of the different stuff you can actually do. So which is kind of what the whole mod's about. So that's cool. And now lastly we need to add this grimoire or grimoire or book. Um, that's the last sprite I have in here. So it's 0, 5, 10, 11. So there's no real support for this, but most left-hand items are considered junk. So that's what we're gonna make it. It's gonna be a junk item. So let's go up here. Let's minimize that, and let's go to junk, and let's look at. And unfortunately, you can see that I'm using. Unfortunately, I'm on my language branch, which we'll switch to here in a little bit. Uh, so yeah, cool. And also, I haven't mentioned to folks that today I'm doing a longer stream. Typically, I only stream for 2 hours, but today I am going 4 hours, which is a long time. But hopefully you'll stick with me. If not, you can drop in, drop out. But yeah, so hopefully it gives me enough time to work on different topics. And I'm excited to do a longer stream. Hopefully, we'll have a very productive stream. Um, so yeah, so let's look at this. Let's look at so yeah. So these are some cool examples here. Um, with a lantern, you could attach stuff to it. So you could attach a light or a particle emitter to it too if you wanted to go crazy. Hey folks, hey Sonia Doom, thanks for stopping by. Actually, I've been streaming for over an hour, so let me just do a quick recap to the folks who may have joined midstream. Hi, I'm Joshua. I'm working on a game called Delver, which you see behind me. Um, it is a procedural first-person dungeon crawler. It is available on Steam Early Access. So let me just do a little promotion of that here in chat. So if you're interested, you can support me by buying the game. It is $7.99 early access. We plan on raising the price to $9.99 when the full release comes out later this year. Um, so every Sunday I stream development. I work on stuff. People give me feedback. It's a pretty good exchange. This channel is about, I guess, education and getting stuff done. So people always say there's this old adage that says those who can't do teach, and I think that's. I mean, it's funny, but I don't think it should be true. So I'm trying to both accomplish getting stuff done and teach stuff to people. So I'm interested in my particular role in the project is the art guy. So I do a lot of lo-fi 2D and 3D art for this project, but I also do programming. So it's kind of a um, um, I guess a mix of things. So again, feel free to chat to talk about game dev stuff, art stuff. It's kind of a pretty. I guess I'm blessed with really nice folks in my channel in chat. Cool. Yeah, thanks for saying to stick around. So I will definitely have to take a break every now and then, as you know that I occasionally have to do. Yeah, Jordan, don't worry about it, man. I appreciate folks just stopping by for as long as they can. Um, is certainly it is good for the old morale. Okay, so let's minimize armor, and I need to add this junk item. So I think these are all the book definitions actually as a tankard. Let's just, I mean, let's just start there, right? There's nothing. Um, yeah, and this actually has the held text, which is important. So let's go here. Oh, pardon me. Let's add it to. I mean, junk feels wrong, but for the time being, let's add it as junk. So junk, and there we go. And then does junk also have levels? Probably. No, junk is just a list that we pull from. So paste that in there. And let's clean up the JSON a little bit so it's easier for folks to read. Also, I don't need a collision on this. That's okay. So chat is commenting on how they are in fact the sexiest chat on Twitch Creative, which I can't argue with. I can't disprove that. So it must be true. Um, so item type, text, inventory text. So these are kind of the cool things. And held text. Yeah. So name is book. So let's do something like. Also, let's tab this. Wait, let's untab that so it's nice and cleanly formatted. Let's look at the textures it needs to be. So we need to add the correct sprite atlas. So I'll just copy that and paste it in there. Sweet. So it needs to be mage items. It's mage item index 0, 5, 10, 11. So the texture needs to be 11. Inventory texture needs to be 11. And then the held text needs to be 12. Because I want it to open up when you're holding it. And this is D Mysterious. Is that how I spell it? Vermis? Yeah, I got really close. And if any of you know what that is, I'll be very impressed. Um, hey, Enrique, go ahead and email that to me, and I will fix it up and hand it back to you. Because it's probably my fault that broken your mod, and I want to, well, personally, I want to support the mod creators as much as I can. So email it to me, I'll fix it up, and I'll send it back to you. So that way you can get productive again. Let me see. Cool. So let's run that and see if it works. Yeah, no, I try to like, and maybe this will get exploited as soon as I say it, but I try to have my chat options be pretty relaxed, so folks can share and just kind of, because I trust you folks on being adults and not being awful. So, and so far you've not let me down, and I appreciate that. So let's create junk, and it's not there because I didn't copy it over, Joshua. You have to do that. So let's close this out. Let's go back to our mod. Um, let's drag this over, copy and paste it, replace the items. Sounds great. Now let's launch Delver with the new changes and see if they come through. Okay, so K, junk, and it's not there. Did I mess it up somehow? Or is there just too much, there shouldn't be too much to display, so something's not right. Let's look. I put it under junk, decoration. Oh, okay. So what I did incorrectly is, if you notice, so the JSON for Melee is a dictionary. So that this brace indicates it's a dictionary. This quoted string indicates that's the key, and the value is a list of items. And I messed that up. So if you notice for some of these, it's not. What it is actually just a list. So what should have tipped me off is there was no key for the value. So junk is just a list of items. So let's save that and let's copy and paste that over and see if it works. So let's just come here, replace, and run. So GUI2203 says, on the topic of mods, I would be excited if you could do my take on the old art style of Delver. I know there was a mod called NES Reversion, but it's outdated. Yeah, a lot of folks um, do like the old art style of Delver, which I don't blame you. It's very very minimal. Um, it's certainly like half the resolution and half the colors of the current version of Delver. Junk. Divermus Mysterious. Perfect. Nice. It looks all right. I might need to adjust the Y offset because it's clipping through the floor. But we can pick it up. It looks good in the inventory. We can plop it in our hand, and boom! Look at that. We got our mage book now. So we can do magic-y things. Um, it does cover up a big chunk of the screen, but I guess that's kind of be expected. You have a big book open in front of your face. Nice. So I think that's all of. If I, yep, perfect. Um, I think this is a good spot to go ahead and commit and get that stuff out there. So let's just call this, for a better lack of the term, let's just call this, make sure I spell it correct, Grimoire. Yeah. So Die Vermis Mysterious was a Robert Bloch reference, who was a correspondent of H.P. Lovecraft. And Lovecraft also used Die Vermis Mysterious in his works. It roughly translates into the mysteries of the worm, which I think is kind of a cool name for a magical book. But I guess the thing I guess I didn't, I can do that I haven't done yet is I can actually make it do something, right? That's what I was kind of mentioning. So let's look down here, and there is I think it's armor enchantments, armor prefix enchantments. I could do something like, um, nope, those aren't cool. What about normal? Can I put a weapon prefix enchantment on it? Let's see if that will even work. Or I want to do something that adds to your damage mod. Is that what that is? Um, I want to do not damage mod, but I would do something about magic. I know I've tested this out before. Oh, magic mod, there we go. Um, so what we need to do is, this is an enchantment. So let's copy this. And then under here, we need to say enchantment. And then we need to put this class here. And it is an item mod. We can call it let's call it magic for the time being. And it's a magic mod. And since I want this to be cool, let's make it a magic mod of +8. Should be the best magic mod out there. And let's run it and see if I got that right. And I guess right now, I guess the best thing that magic does is it ups your damage a little bit and also gives you a lot more charges. I think that is the benefit there. Chris says, please don't summon any giant monsters. What is? No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to read from Diverus Mysterious. I'm just going to have it in the game. Nickman says maybe do some themed DLCs for like $1 each. Nick Gui says I wouldn't pay for DLC, so I prefer it as a mod. Yeah. So Nickman's also pointing out that so I've been considering stuff like that. So Grimoire magic, beautiful. So magic +8. So right now I have 3 charges, and if I quit this, I have 11, which is insane. Or if I add like a missile wand, I have 44 shots now, and if I unequip it, I have 20. So yeah, that's pretty sweet. That's a huge plus to magic. So yeah, let's keep that. Here, I need to take a quick pause. My coffee's getting to me, but I will be back very, very shortly. Let's do my old. Too much coffee and time equals 1/15/2017. I'll be back at 13:29. Let's see if that works. Cool. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Try to keep the breaks quick, so I don't bore you folks with my stuff. But yeah, I am human, so I do have to take breaks every now and then. Let me see. So yeah, so like I personally don't really care for DLC. I would rather folks buy the game and get the game. But having said that, um, like I'm trying to get to a point where I can actually sustainably work on video games. Right now, Delver makes a little money, but it does not make the ends meet. I'm fortunate that I have a partner, and she can support us right now. So I'm trying to figure out what sustainability as a developer looks like for me. Um, and I've played around with the idea of maybe I'm hoping Delver when we release will sell well. But that's you don't know. It's kind of it's kind of a gamble, really. We'll do our best to make the best game we can. But unfortunately, if it doesn't get out in front of people's eyeballs, then it just won't sell, right? So we'll do our best to try to figure out how to market and promote the darn thing. And if it sells well, yeah, I'll be happy to keep working on it. If it doesn't sell well, like the reality of the situation is I have to provide, food and, keep the lights on and stuff like that. So that's hard. Yeah. So Chris brought up Patreon, which I was thinking of, I've actually set up a Patreon account. I actually haven't launched it yet, but I was thinking of doing a Patreon maybe, and that would be, I mean, I could do, so my problem with Patreon is I'm trying to figure out what my deliverables would be. Like, if you wanted a Patreon where I just make you games every so often, that would be cool. I could, if you wanted a Patreon where I just keep making more Delaware content, that would be also cool. I just want to know what you folks would want. Like, if I could get to a point where I could put food in my mouth and make Delver content, that would be cool. I just don't know how much interest is in that. Hemon says, Joshua Skelly, I thought you worked for MS. I used to work for Microsoft. I worked for Microsoft for several years. Um, but, you know, it got to a point where, um, like, not for reasons that I could control, like my teams kept dissolving. I kept getting switched to different teams. And I eventually landed on working on a product that I just had zero interest in. And like when the work is hard and you don't care about the product, like it's so miserable. And I was depressed. And my wife was pregnant, and I was trying to support her and hang on to the day job, and things were just way too stressful. So right now, I'm a stay-at-home father, um, and I'm trying to pull in as much income as I can. The reality of it is like being a stay-at-home father is also a full-time job. So like, yeah, it's just trying to figure out this new situation that I'm in. Folks seem to think the book looks good. So yeah, nice. Awesome. Yeah, so cool. It looks like folks would support me on the Patreon. So yeah, I mean, I need to figure that out, but I think it's nice to chat with you folks and try to figure out what that might look like, what you would want to see from me. Um, cool. So Chris says more Delver content, other games if I want more streams. Cool. Yeah, I'd love to keep doing that. I do like teaching and I do like working. So this has kind of been a happy little thing that I've stumbled across. Okay. Um, let's make this stuff unique, right? That's something we need to do. Uh, so I think unique is just a simple Boolean property. Let's take a look. Unique. Yeah. So let's make all this junk unique because we don't want more than one of these spawning. Ba, 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 ba. Let's put it right after durability, or after speed, unique, true. And also, I've considered contract work as well. Sorry, Johan. There's a developer, Johan, that I've been working a little bit with. I definitely need to do. It's just hard finding more time outside of Delver. But yeah, I will. I'm looking at doing some other work with him. But I just my time has been so compressed. But I will. Yeah, I'll figure that out as well. It's just we finally found a nanny that is working out. So it's looking like I am finally getting more capacity to work, which is really, really exciting. Um, so I've thrown unique on everything. Let's see if it actually works. I think everything should inherit from items, so that should be fine. Um, so Hemon says Delver have a big enough audience for Patreon development. So the thing is so I don't want to my concern is if it's official Delver stuff, then I want to make sure that Chad benefits from it too, right? That's only fair. So if the game sells well enough, I would like to keep working with him to make official Delver content. If it doesn't sell well, you know, like then maybe I'll be okay with making paid mod content. It just depends. Like Chad has treated me very well, and I don't want to feel like I don't want him to feel like I'm cutting him out. So my Patreon would be mostly just me making either mod content or just separate stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to walk a fine line there, you know. Yeah, so Delver isn't a huge audience. I mean, we have sold a few units, and I'm pretty happy about that. I'm also happy that there's a community of folks around it that are interested and very passionate in that also. Like the so quick aside, if you have cool stuff you're working on, email it to me at joshua.skelton@gmail.com. Whenever you folks send me stuff, that really just like excites me. Like it is the coolest stuff. And if you folks have been corresponding with me and they're making really interesting mod content, and that just makes my day when you folks send me that stuff. So if you are working on cool stuff, send it to me. I love that stuff. And again, if you have broken stuff, I will help you figure it out. I'm committed to making this modding stuff as good as we can. So for me, Sci-Fi Delver might be like a separate product and not an add-on. Cool. So that's a lot of talk about that. But yeah, no, I really appreciate the fact that you folks want to support me. Okay. Okay, that's good. Let's start spawning stuff in, make sure everything works. So, armor, one, wizard hat. Yeah, magic, unique wizard hat. There we go. Okay, armor. No, I don't think there's nothing in the actual game that will like I could manually spawn I think multiple copies, but the system itself shouldn't spawn multiple copies of unique stuff. Armor one, old iron ring. Okay. Also, you adjust the Y offset on the ring too. Please don't let me forget about that. Melee one, old academy sword. Okay, melee one, Ewan staff. I think Ewan is a word. I think that's it. No junk and the Grimoire of Magic. Yeah, also needs to have the Y offset adjusted. Yeah, so now I guess if you're lucky enough, uh, if you have a lucky enough run, you can. Whoa! I'm not getting that back, am I? Um, cool. So let's put on all of our wizard stuff and the boots and equip the old academy sword and put the old iron ring on. Put the grimoire. All right, we are totally decked out. I'm thinking maybe I should also create him some sort of amulet or something to wear around his neck. Um, but yeah, this is coming along pretty good. I'm liking the fact that you can find his stuff. It's all unique, which makes it feel special. Um, I need to figure out better stats for that, so maybe that's something we can work on together. Um, yeah. GUI2203 says, "Are you going to make Delve Edit more user friendly upon updates release?" We do have a few things we want to improve with Delve Edit, but what specifically are you asking improvements for? Um, Chris says, "For my next game, you think it'd be procedural or fully designed?" Well, that's an interesting question. I think it depends on the scope of the project. Like, I like procedural. It's nice that the game can surprise me, which is really cool. It also saves some effort um, in making like tons of content. But also, if you're not careful, procedural can look very samey, which is also hard. So I don't know. Like, I'm totally open to suggestion. Um, okay, so train of thought. These are our items. Ba, 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 ba. what instead of trying to think. So I'm thinking maybe what if all of these had some magic bonus to them? So what if we did something like this, and then instead just make it a minimal, like maybe a +2 to magic, and then if we said Hedgewood the wizard. Let's just copy that. This might make stuff way overpowered. Again, just kind of playing around. These are unique items, and most likely you're not going to find them all. Um, let's save that. Let's copy it over and see what it looks like. So, armor 1. Yep. So it's the wizard hat of Hedgewood. Yeah, I think it's an okay way to do it. So by adding, so basically this character stuff gets all +2 to magic, which is pretty sweet. I mean, that might be too much, but let's just, again, because you only find a subset in any given run, let's just see what it looks like. Actually, maybe I'll play as this character a little bit too and see how overpowered the wands or the magic becomes now. Boots and the iron ring. So, and boots, and left. And then also, let's add melee. Let's add the Old Academy Sword of Hedgewood. And so let's add the Grimoire junk. Grimoire of Magic, because I didn't change the name on that. That's okay, because it's a +8, it's different. Let's put that there. Let's equip that, and let's go exploring as Hedgewood the Wizard. Oh man, I feel bad like breaking open like these crates with my sword because I know it's diminishing the durability. So maybe I'll just not worry about crates. Let's go. Oh, that was a poison trap. Right. Okay. Of course we're going magic. That's the way to do it. Yeah, with this when he charges, it certainly makes really changes the way you play Magic. Come on. There we go. Okay. Cool. Okay. So he dropped it. That's interesting because. So maybe the unique system isn't working the way I thought it was, because he just dropped a excellent Wizard Rover of Hedgewood, which is even better than the one I currently have, which I'm going to wear, of course, but it shouldn't have dropped that. So maybe I need to look at some of Chad's. Oh wait. Maybe I should switch to be on the correct branch. Let's try that. So let's quit out and let's just switch over to the correct development branch. Yeah, so let's go to Delver, changes. Let's just discard all changes. Let's go to develop. Let's sync. And let's try this again, shall we? Let me go ahead and let's copy over. I think this should have been, yeah, let's go copy over our example mod. And let's run Delver. Hey, Pertab, no worries. I'm doing a long stream today. Oh man. So it's all good. So we are working on. So Chad has worked on adding the Steamworks support, which is really sweet. Unfortunately, for some odd reason, it messes up our Gradle build a little bit. So let's do something like. I know this seems super hacky, but this also worked on my Mac. So let's see if it works on my Windows machine. And let's just do build rebuild project. Yeah, for some odd reason, it doesn't pull down the dependency like it's supposed to. Okay, let's go do a Gradle build, and let's look at Dungeoneer build. Let's do a clean. Dante McGee says, "How did I get such a nice beard? Respect the beard." I don't know. I think it's part genetics and part being ancient. The older you get, the easier it is to grow a beard. In fact, the harder it is to keep it away. So sorry about this, folks. I guess I've not tried out the latest Steamworks support on my my Windows machine. Yeah, no, we do planning on supporting achievements and stuff like that. What's up, Jordan? What's on your mind? Yeah, no, we if you notice some weird stuff happening with our workshop and our achievements, it's because we're currently working on implementing a lot of Steamworks stuff. So if you see some weird stuff, don't fret. We're just figuring stuff out. Okay. Wow, this build is running a very long time. I'm not super familiar with IntelliJ. Is there a way to actually look at the output of the build? Let's get ranches. Log. Yeah, not handy. Uh, Usually builds should not take this long. Um, uh, I'll give it a few more moments while I talk about something, and then I will switch back to the other branch to keep working because I don't want to wait too long on this build. Okay, what does that say? So Chris says, need an achievement for a pacifist run. That would be so hard. Yeah. Um, a pacifist run would be super hard. Um, yeah, because you wouldn't gain any levels, and we've kind of um, oh, that's not right either. I don't know why that's not. We try the root clean. So we've tried like blah, 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 blah. We've tried to balance things such that you should be at a certain point in the game at a certain level. But that's not always the case. Yeah, the Lich would be hard. Depending upon like the wand you have, sometimes you can either one shot or kill the Lich pretty quick. The Lich is kind of a glass cannon where the Lich does a lot of damage and it can slow you down, but it doesn't really have a ton of hit points. Okay, so I'm not sure what's up with my Gradle. Let me just go ahead and just revert back to the other branch, and we'll keep working on our mod because that's the more interesting thing, right? So changes, discard all changes, back to features, language support. Let's. So I guess for right now, the unique stuff is not going to be unique because uh, I'm just simply not on the version of the code that has that unique stuff in. Um, yeah, Chris, you don't need to kill the Lich. You can just simply grab the orb and leave. Um, blah, 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 blah. Let me see what else. So I think Edgewood. So I think this is kind of an okay spot. At least okay enough for me to share with you folks. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think avoiding the Lich is probably even harder than actually killing him. Um, so this is probably in a good spot right now. Let's go ahead and just publish this stuff. So if we look at Delver example mods, this should be in a good spot. And actually, let me go ahead and yeah, let me just push it, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. So initial commit circus tent, sweet, commit, publish. Description. This is a collection of example. What you doing, Windows? Example mods for the game Delver. Why am I not allowed to publish it? Joshua Scaly. Oh, weird. Why did it? I don't have any other users on it, so so I want to keep this public so you folks can learn from it. So Delver example mods, a collection of example mods for the game Delver. Publish. Push to remote. I should have hit that. Okay, there we go. So sweet. So hopefully that should be live now. Let me double check. Yeah. So for those of you who are modders and you're interested, you can go to my GitHub page. I'll paste it here in stream. And this is the repository where I will work on my example mods that we will be releasing with the new update. So this is where a good place where you can either use as a template to get started, or um, you can also just kind of follow the changes there. This is hopefully should be the latest and greatest practices for creating a mod. But yeah, so this should get you started. I should probably add a README, which is good. Double example mods. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, let's just whatever. Commit. There we go. And I will flesh this out a little bit. Hopefully this is, I mean, right now it is a functioning mod, so folks can use that. Hopefully I'll have other examples. Let me see. Right now that covers mostly just items, which is cool. So I've been streaming for about 2 hours now, which is cool. I've committed to doing another two, which is it's intense. It's almost like a work day, which is cool. I think I'm going to look at some localization stuff here for a little bit, if that's fine with you folks. Um, and then maybe looks like actually is Enrique still around? Yeah, he is. I might take a look at his. Actually, since we're still talking about mods, let's just take a look at his mod and let's see if I can get it straightened out because he was kind enough to email it to me. So let's dive in and let's look at how some folks um, might work with porting old Delver mods to the new system. I think that would be a valuable thing to know how to do. If Enrique, if you're okay with me doing it on the stream, I'll do it on the stream. So boom, boom, boom. Let me download his assets, show in folder, or not Chrome. Set zip open archive. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at this. Oh, pardon me. So one thing that kind of tips me off is because it uses the assets folder. This was the old way of doing it, and this actually would so with the new way of doing it, you put it in a mods folder, and Delver will take all the mod content and kind of stitch it together. If you put stuff in the assets folder, it just stomps over all the mod content, so that's probably not the best way to go about it. But let's just run the darn thing and see what happens. Um, so generally, you would do this by going to Steam library games. And also, I guess if you folks are so inclined, feel free to add me as a friend on Steam. You can find me in the Steam forums. I'm constantly posting there. Yeah, I will accept any friend requests you send me. But please, just I ask you to realize that I'm a person and I'm not a personal request line. I'm always happy to talk about Delver. Just I guess I did have one person who added me on Steam that just um, they always just I don't know, like they were just really blunt, and it got to a point where I had to block them, which was sad. But I am a person too. Properties, local files, browse local files. Yeah, so it used to be the way. Let me look. Yeah, so these are some mods I talked about last stream that you could just uh, drop in the assets folder here. Copy. And it would work. So I think if I run Delver, it probably will bail. Yeah. So what we need to do is need to go to program files, x86, Steam, Steam apps, common Delver, and then we need to do something like Java, delver.jar. Nope, come on, Windows. Java, I guess it was a dash jar. Ba, 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 ba. So yeah, it says it's bailing out a get item manager, so it's not even creating the game. Let me just actually just take some time and look at his content then and see if I can sort through what's the matter. Let's close that. Try again. Try again. Weird. Let's look at task manager. Do I have a hanging Java process out there somewhere? Maybe. Now let's try deleting it. Weird. So something still has a handle on that. Oh, looks because Delver.exe is still running too. Yeah, let's task that. Now, actually, let's just try to go back to the command prompt. And actually, here, I think this works. Alright, so I said you can go to here, type in cmd and hit enter. Whoa! And now I'm at the correct directory too, which is nice. So let's do a java -gr delver.jar. Okay, still the same error. So let's just work through that. And yeah, let me just delete that. Something still has a handle to it. Oh well, let's look at Enrique's content and let's see if we can get it fixed. So we just open this up with, actually let me do file, open folder, desktop, assets, assets, select folder. Let me see. Jordan says, I really want to download Delver, but my parents would not want it on 1000, plus I'm on saving from my computer, put Delver on there. I'm not sure. So unfortunately, we're at a spot where we have to use an older version of libgdx. I think the latest version of libgdx probably does have Java 8 support. Um, Let me see what else. So there's the Minecraft talk on there. Okay. Let me see. I'm still looking at. So I know. Yeah. Enrique added some really cool stuff. So let's look at. Um, he added some book meshes. Let's just see. Like, let's try to suss out what is his stuff and what. Because the old way used to be to copy over all of the Delver assets. So let's try to see what is his and what is um, ours. So maybe if Enrique is watching, he can also help give me some hints. But I'll do my best to figure it out. And let's make a new folder. And let's call it 7 Soul Mod. Mod. Let's put that over there. So I don't think he added any. Well, he did add custom audio, which is really cool. Wow. Okay, yeah. So let's looks like the audio is custom. So let's pull that over. For data, let's look at his data and see if there's anything custom in there. In animations. So these all look to be lerped attacks. So he has a spear charge and a spear charge attack. Um, his spear attack. So there is some custom stuff in there. Um, so let me pull that over. So this is in folder data. Animations dat. Copy here. Cool. Does he have? Let me look at. Does he have custom messages? He does have custom messages. Beautiful. Yeah, let's pull it. Wow, so this is way more comprehensive than I thought it might have been. So let's pull the messages over. Let's look at. I think yeah, this might all be custom, which is really sweet. Um, Dungeons.dat. Yeah. So this is a whole new definition of that. So let's pull Dungeons.dat over. Entities. Um, it looks like entities might be a mix. Again, let's go ahead and pull everything over. Items. So he's added some custom items. There's also some old items still mixed in. So let's go ahead and copy that over. Let's delete out the stuff we don't need. So let's copy over items. Monsters.dat. Yep, he added custom monsters, so that's cool. Copy. Splash.dat. I'm not sure if we still use that, but let's go ahead and put that over. Sprite sheets. That should be fine. Again, I need to go through and clean that up. So let's copy there. And I think tiles.dat. Oh, this might be the old style of doing things. But let's just again copy over everything. So I guess okay. Gen broken. Not sure what that's all about. Generator. So cool. Let's just copy over the generator. Copy here. Levels. Those are just the old levels. He might use the start level, so let's copy that over. Looks like he added some new meshes. Let's copy that over. Pyramid tiles. So these look like his levels. So let's copy those over. See you, Jordan. Take care. Yeah, it's like he looks like he actually took the time to make a really nice splash screen. So let's copy that over. And then let's just copy over the rest. So basically I've copied over everything. Okay. And so he thinks it's something with the, so if I open it, let me try opening up some of his stuff in Delve Edit and see how it behaves. File open. And let's go to, oh, that looks like Product Gap says, can I add everything to Delver, please? If that's in regards to the mod content I'm working on, I'd rather keep it as just mod content, but you can certainly subscribe to it and pull it down. Again, I'm working on making a nice example mod for folks to use as a template in the future. And because it's a mod content, I don't have to necessarily worry about like game balance or anything like that. I can just kind of tile suspend open. Yeah, let me cancel that. Let me actually put it in a directory where it can find. Yeah, so let's go to assets, Dungeoneer, mods. Then let's put in Seven Souls mod here. Now let's run Delve Edit and see what it does. let's do caller profiles, Steam apps, common. Wait, nope, Joshua. Library, no, this PC. Where am I going? Users, Joshua, repos, GitHub, Delver, Engineer, mods. There we go. And then pyramid tiles. Let's start pyramid. Sweet. Look at this. Now I hit play. Beautiful. So that's still working. It looks good. Let me open up another level. So this is, that was start. Is this enter? Cool. Looks like, oh, I start on top of a bat for some odd reason. Yeah, that's a nice, yeah, so it looks like this is a custom chair and table he made. I've always meant to go back and add a nice little cloth on top of the table, but I haven't done that yet. But it's cool to see that he beat me to it. And also, it looks like he needs to set up the. Oh yeah, so it looks like it's using the old system of using the painter, which we certainly can do. And also, he has a really cool piece of like wall hanging there, which is nice. File open. And then this last one is in pyramid test open. Ooh, yikes! What's this all about? That pressure plates? Ah! They're movers. Nice. Yeah. Do they all move? Just some of them. Yep. No, that's a really cool use of movers. I like that. And I think he also maybe has added a new start.bin. I think that's the one I remember the most because there's a really beautiful pyramid scene. So levels start.dat. Okay, so that's the old one. That's the old version of the campfire. Let's open up start d.dat. Oh, cool. So hit P. Nice, very cool. That's good. Let's see what else. There's also another one, a start t.bat. Yeah, this is, yeah, not particularly interesting. Let me see. Oh, gotcha. No. I'm sorry for tab gap. No, sorry. Sometimes jokes just fly over my head. Um, cool. Yeah. No. So let's try. So it looks like his content is still good. It's gonna need a little bit of fixing, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Let's look at. So let's close this, and then let's. Actually needed to open up the this mod with Visual Studio Code, then file, open folder, Dungeoneer, mods, 7sol mod, open. So I think he's concerned that it has something to do with in data how we have dungeons.dat defined. Because he has the very first area is the camp, which he points to start d.dat. Now let me just try debugging it actually in the straight up in the engine, see if that helps. So yeah, it's so if I remove this, let me just rename it real quick. Does that fix it? No, it's still barfing on something. I guess I'm just going to remove content until I try to figure out what's actually making it not happy. Um, so if I let's just rename this data and see if it's that. It's still complaining about something. My goodness. What else is left? 7 soul mod. Um, oh, the engine really shouldn't be pulling in much beyond that. For the time being, let me get rid of the generator.zip file. Maybe that's what's giving it fits. Nope. Let me just try to rename all this stuff until the audio definitely shouldn't be messing it up. Then we'll add it in back piecemeal and try to track down what's going on. So again, none of this all should be fine. We don't font doesn't need to be there. I mean, trim and title shouldn't be goofing anything up. Let's try that. Yeah, Chris says he's very excited for all the mods coming to this game, and I am very excited as well. Again, what's going on? Why is it? Let me also remove this mod just to make sure we're not like stepping on each other's toes. What could it be goofing? I mean, unless he's reusing a sprite sheet that's breaking stuff. So let's look at, is that it? So let's do backup. If we let's put all of this stuff into backup. Yeah, so it looks like one of the sprite sheets that instead of creating a new one, he's redefined. It's broken the. So basically, I think what's happening is he reused like Control Z. So something like these entities sewers that might actually be like so if the sprite sheet, so if you don't create your own sprite sheet and the dimensions are different than the stock ones of Delver, it will probably bail. So I think we can tidy this up pretty quick. I need to take a quick break. I haven't eaten anything in a while, and I need a quick, just short break. I'll try to keep it under 5 minutes for you folks. So if you need to go get some tea or whatever, feel free. I'll be back as soon as I can. So let's do a stream or text equals quick wait time equals today at, let's say, 14:23. Let's see if that looks right. Cool. I will be right back. Just give me a moment to shove some food in my face, and I'll be back. And I'm back. Okay, thanks for sticking with me through that. I just had to grab a couple of bites of leftovers to make sure I'm not getting like angry or hungry or a little bit of both. Oh, so right now, to kind of catch you guys up on what's going on. Hi, I'm Joshua. I'm working on my video game Delver. There is a light right in my face. Let me lower the blinds a little bit. There we go. Um, Working on my video game Delver. It's a procedural fantasy dungeon crawler with RPG roguelike elements. Pardon me. Um, for the next update coming out in March, we are excited to add proper Steam Workshop support. Delver has always had mod support pretty much from the beginning, which has been really great for us. But now we're going to integrate it properly into Steam Workshop. So a lot of my work here recently has been to, pardon me, um, around mods and just making sure that the modding experience is good, making sure that the mods are ready to go. Um, Seven Soul there in chat, or Enrique, he gave me his mod, which he made over a year ago, which is a really cool kind of pyramid theme of Delver. And it's broken because it's an older mod, and it's probably my fault it's broken. So I'm going to go through and see if I can get things straightened out, which is hopefully useful for folks who are doing a similar thing where they're trying to um, get their old mod working. Um, so let's take a look. So I think what's happening is we're stomping over the entity sewers. Because if I look at the if I look at Delver assets, it has entities sewers. Mm, I'm not sure which one's quite the culprit though. It could be any of them. Let me try just pushing the entities. I think they're my suspect. Let's push it there and then let's launch it. This is just kind of like a nope, that was not it. Let's look at. Let's close that. Let's push items in there and sprites and textures. I think those are might be it. Gui says, "Remember to never let me watch videos with Joshua streams. Never. What's the matter?" Particles, NPCs. One of these has to be the culprit, right? Because when I moved them previously, it did work. Is it NPCs? Let me. Let's try it back up. Like everything but NPCs. Control X, Control V, run. Nope, that was not it. So let's rename this to data. Again, we're just troubleshooting the mod. Oh, okay, data. I'm not even sure if we use this tiles.dat anymore. Okay, that fixed something. Okay, so I think let me look at. I think sprite sheets is okay. Let me just really quickly do a quick audit through sprite sheets just to make sure we're not. So I think we just need to keep the stuff that. So entities pyramid. I like the editor one. We don't need font. We don't need particle. We don't need. I'm just concerned that he may be used. Let me see. Did he use any? It just depends where his content lives is what I need to include. So I need to put back entities. Let's put back all the entities ones. Okay. Chris is asking, can we make unique potions? Maybe. I guess it just depends. What do you? I mean, potions basically just map one to one. I mean, you could define a potion. I'm just not sure how it would behave. Like you can't. The functionality is there's a potion class behind it, so you can't really make it do crazy stuff like with items. Okay. So that seems to be okay. So I paste items back here, run it. Yep, that's good. NPCs, does he have custom particles? Looks like he has pot shards. Yeah, it looks like he has custom particles, so we need that. Custom sprites, maybe. Yep, sweet. And custom textures, I assume, because yeah, but those might be goof, but let's just try it. Yep, let's just try moving all this back and see what happens. Yeah, I wonder if it's oh yeah, so you could certainly do that, Chris. I think you might even be able to reference that would probably definitely certainly be true. So which one is it barfing on? Yeah, let's try. Okay. Seems to be fine. Let's look at the data for the sprite sheets. And I think he has custom, so like for his NPCs, I think he has custom NPCs. So like here, I think if I copy and paste NPCs, and then if I run it, it should crash. No, okay. Either way, so he has custom NPCs, and I want to set up his sprite sheet so that it honors that. So I'll spend maybe another 15 minutes working on this to see if I can get it straightened out. If not, I'll move on to other stuff. Um, hopefully this is useful information on how I'm trying to track down the problems. If not, please let me know and I'll switch what I'm working on. Okay, so NPCs, that seems to be okay. Um, textures definitely will probably need some love. There's a kiwi there. um, so real quick, let me just, because I'm pretty sure if I can put this back, will it crash? The textures.ping? No, it seems to like that just fine. Okay. Sprites? Just doing it piecemeal to see what it's complaining about. No? Particles. If not, there we go. So particles is bailing. So if I look at, oh, because the launch screen, yep. So what we need to do is let's look at um, so data. Let's just make these our own custom particles because I think for the splash screen, it's looking for the fire particles. And if you so let me see if I can put them side by side so you can see what's happening. Um, uh, assets, particles. Okay, let's throw that open in Photoshop. Um, and then stock Delver particles. So if we look, these are the particles that Delver ships with now, and these are the particles that Enrique has defined. And if you notice, there are more particles now, and Delver is looking for these new particles, and it crashes because he's overriding and not creating his own new set of particles. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and under sprite sheets, where it says particles. Um, let's let's create a new particle sprite sheet. Um, texture, let's just say Control C, Control V. This is particles.ping. Next thing is Pura. And the thing with your sprite sheets, you want to make sure that the name for your sprite sheet is unique, because potentially if you guys if you give the same names for sprite sheets, you'll be stepping on each other's toes. So try to think of something unique. I'm not sure if it's the same for files. Let's see. Hopefully that is not the case. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so let's just do something like, if we call this pyramid particles, then in our sprite sheet, call this pyramid particles. Yep. So yeah, that's what was, because the splash screen uses some particles that are, further on. So further down in the sprite sheets, that's what was grouping. Hey, Gunner Alive 12, thanks for stopping by. I'm working on straightening out. So we're all about mods right now, and Steam Workshop support. All hands at Chad and I are working on Delver. Um, cool. Then also, let's just real quick. Actually, we don't have to rename it so much, but that's fine. Uh, Look at the, if I look at data, what's it doing? Look at dungeons.dat. I think you might need to define all the dungeon levels. Like this is, we'll see. Let's try re-enabling this. So if I start a new game, it should load me into his start map. Error reading files level start d.dat. Oh, because I renamed it because I'm a dummy. You're still going to probably complain that it can't find certain things too, so you kind of bear with me as we figure out this stuff. Cool. So that's running again. Nice. And I love how bright he's made the world. It just feels really nice. Hey, what's this guy all about? Nice. So looks like the we need to fix the Y offset on this cactus. You can make those breakable now too if you want, but that's working, which is nice. There's a note. What does the note say? Ancient Crypts version 03. Cool. So he's actually providing a link to his mod info. Let's see. Did it crap out? No, it seems to be. I'm not sure what it's doing now. Shouldn't take that long to load. Let me pause the execution and see where on the call stack Delver actually is. Maybe. First, let me stop it. Let me launch it in debug mode. Maybe that's better at catching exceptions. Cool. Oh, yep. I have breakpoints in there where we're going to have to kind of. Let me just done and go. Yep. So there we go. That's working. Pyramid. Over here. Now if I pause, can I get a call stack somewhere? LWJGL app. This is timer. I'm just trying to see what's going on because it's not loading the next level. That looks to be defined okay. Let me pull up the stock Delver one and see what it looks like. And if I split it, let's just take a little peek. Yep, dungeon level 1, dungeon level 1. He has the painters defined, which is fine. Spawn rates, that looks good. See, I don't know if we support OG or not. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and clear that out. We might. I don't know if we do though. That should be fine. We save that. Let me relaunch. I'm just not sure. It's not bailing, and I'm not sure quite what it's doing. Like what Enrique has created here is a it's like a total conversion, which is really cool. Yeah, I don't think yeah that was not it. Blah, 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 blah. What could be goofing it? Theme pyramid? Did I? Oh, Joshua, with your crazy renaming. Let's look at. Let's go back to his mod and let's just fix some of this stuff that I've goofed. So that 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 that. And I think let's go ahead and put his generator.zip back because the generator probably needs that. Otherwise, it's in trouble. So let's paste that there. Now let's give it a spin. Very cool. Hmm. I'm not sure what the game is doing. Close all. Um, let's see if I can debug it a little bit. X Latine says, "Hey, what up, duder?" So yeah, hey, working on Delver and troubleshooting some player mods. I'll try to get those up and running before our next update. So can passive items give light to the player, like other than lanterns? Yeah. So you can attach anything to almost any item. So you can certainly attach items or attach lights to items. You have to be careful because Delver can only support a certain amount of dynamic lights. So if you surpass that amount of dynamic lights, we'll start turning off dynamic lights in order from closest to furthest away. So the furthest away ones will turn off. So we try to keep the number of dynamic lights to a minimum because otherwise you'll see some strangeness like lights will pop on and off as you get closer or further away from them. So you can you can add particle systems, you can add all kinds of crazy stuff to any item. I think any generic item you can add the attach property, which is just a list of other things to attach to it. Hey, welcome back, Jordan. Um, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause what I'm doing right here. I will keep working on. I will get Seven Souls mod. Um, I will get it sorted out, but I'll do that off stream. And then hopefully the next time that I come back, I will be able to. Um, let me delete that one. Let me copy, move there. So I'll be able to hopefully get his mod working, and I will preview that next Sunday. Okay, so let me think. Yeah, let's go do. I was going to continue my work on localization stuff. Actually, since we're almost 3 hours in. Let me play a little bit of Delver, and I'll talk about it so folks know what all this craziness is about. And it's nice to play every once in a while just to get an idea of what's going on. So race start. Cool. So this is Delver. It's a procedural first-person dungeon crawler. This is the starting camp. There's a shop here if you want to buy stuff. Because it's a fresh save, I don't have a lot of gold, so I can't really buy stuff. So let's go into the dungeon. And let's find stuff. Okay, let's just take a quick peek in here. Scroll of enchant armor. Take a peek in here. Nothing good. Let's get out of here. Trap, bones. Have to navigate the trap. Oh, come on, buddy. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so, I mean, because, oh, there's another dead guy there. Because it's procedural, I don't really know what to expect. Some of the rooms I've built, or Chad has built, some of the rooms we allow the computer to make, so they can be kind of crazy sometimes. Let's do magic, because magic is fun. Again, I don't normally break open crates because there's usually, they have a very low drop chance. There we go. Fine iron épée. Because I still have my French translation in there a little bit. An excellent iron mace of biting. Oh man, that's really good. So I'll just hang on to this stuff. Maybe I'll keep my dagger around too because I need stuff to smash open stuff with occasionally, and I don't care if I break my dagger. So let's just tuck away that and put that there. So one of the latest updates added item durability, so you can now the items will wear down over time and eventually they will break. I'm changing it so that when they break, their stats are very much so diminished. But in the current update, that's not the case. They just their damage just goes down kind of linearly. Whereas when I'm adding the broken stuff, it really is a dramatic change. Okay, just kind of exploring around. This can be kind of like the problem with the RNG sometimes is you get these empty spaces because when we let the computer decide what to put where, it's just a side effect of that sometimes. There we go. Cheese, an Iron Mace of the Arcane. That's 5 to 7 magic damage. I'll pass on that. Let's go back to it. Oh, there we go. And leather pants that are better than my bad leather pants. Let's switch those out. Oh! Apparently the generator wanted to make a lava room here. Cool. Let's go. Health, why not? Arrow. Trap. Looks like a dead end. Oh, he got hurt by the trap, so he's trying to run away. Nope. No mercy. Oh, crap. Yeah, in tight situations like this, mages can be pretty darn lethal. As long as you catch them out in the open, they're not so bad. You generally have a chance to dodge. Ooh, fireball wand. Okay. Let me switch to the old fireball wand because it's a good way to create some chaos. Okay. That's his magic trap. Scoot on by that. That's not a particularly interesting room. Looks like there's a candle over here, so I'll grab the candle because it's nice to have a second source of light so we can plop that down in our left hand. Okay. And we're back in a big loop. Okay, cool. So I guess left is the way to go. Secret door. And left was not the way to go. But there's a steel mace of blizzard. Let's blow this guy up. Well, let's not blow ourselves up. Let's blow up all these people. There we go. And let's eat some bread so we don't. Ooh, and I guess there was a potion I set off there. Okay, cool. So that was not the right way. I think I'll stop playing here when I hit the next stairs down, just to give you guys a kind of a preview of what Delver is all about. And if, those of you who are regulars on my stream, certainly you know what Delver is all about. Oh, find short bow. Like, I think I did find arrows too. Yeah, so that's nice to have. Let's switch to the bow so folks can see what that's doing. My candle went away because I can't. The bow is a two-handed weapon. Man. Okay, let's. Looks like I need to backtrack a little to get to where I want to go. Oh, there we go. Recover my arrow. I guess the end is over there somewhere. We'll see. Question mark. Oh, need to go this way, it looks like. Okay, let's just bash this sucker down. There we go. All right, is this the end? Somewhere in here? Nope, it just keeps going. Crap. There we go. Arrow, potion. Get my arrow out of the wall.
Hello?
Okay. I'm finding some decent loot this time around. There we go. Here's the downstairs. Or downward stairs. Crap. There's a lot of guys in here. Agility. Just pick up all that junk. Kill the mage. Grab my arrow back. Ah! There we go. Ooh, an unidentified skull cap. Let's chance it. Cool. All right, and this is the stairs down. So that's kind of a preview of what a first dungeon area in Delver could look like. Excuse me, stretch. Let's take a look at chat and see what's going on. So Gui2203 says, I'd gladly take the time to translate this into Brazilian Portuguese. Yeah, so I am working on language support. So if people want to mod in language translations, they certainly can. And that's what I'm going to be working on a little bit here. Actually, let me see if I can open this back up without blinding myself. Hopefully. Maybe. Yeah, at least it's not my eyes anymore, so that's good. Just a little bit of light does help. Again, a question about asking about repairing items. Maybe. Not quite sure how we are landing on that. RK1998 says, "Hey, new here. Hey, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, this is me working on my game Delver. This game is made in libgdx. I forget the specific version. Let me just take a peek so you can know that answer. We are using GDX version 099. So whatever version of LWJGL that builds on, that's your answer. Okay, cool. So let's refresh myself as to what I was working on. So let's erase, let's play. And if I hit K and I go to junk, I have a debug note, which this one should have all the characters the Delver can currently render, which is quite a lot. Like, I can't even fit it into the screen. So there are a lot of characters. I should be able to cover a lot of languages. Hopefully, this covers a good number of cases. And if it doesn't, get a hold of me and I will help you mod in your help you figure out how to mod in your glyphs. So you can render your native language. But there should be enough in there to cover like French, Italian, German, Spanish, Portuguese, Turkish. The characters should be in there. Okay, so I guess the thing that I was working on is right now, if I remember correctly, from earlier this week, is that so game. So So the localized strings currently live on the game object, which isn't particularly useful because if you want to translate the menus, the game object doesn't actually get loaded until you start a new game. So I need to kind of push that stuff around to load the translated content like up front. Um, and I think I do this because I rely on the mod manager. Let me see. So this is the game.from JSON. Um, and it's a static, which means it doesn't really care about an instance, which is fine. Um, so I think that this find internal file and mods is what's tripping me up. Yeah, so this right here is what I'm using to find the correct spot for the mod content, and that unfortunately does require an instance of game. But let me take a peek and see if it. So yeah, so it does because it requires the mod manager, which the mod manager is an instance. It's a static instance on game. Uh, does the mod manager actually even care about game? Really? So I guess this is getting into the programming side of of Delver. Yeah, so it uses game.getInternal. GetInternal. Really, this could be a static because it doesn't use. It doesn't really use anything, any instance members. So that might be okay. Game get internal, that's fine. From JSON, that's fine. So it might be okay if I break this out into its own thing, make the mod manager not a member or a static member of game, but make it its own thing. Or I can instantiate it earlier because game get internal. So if I make this could be a public. It is a static, yeah. So really, we could make a mod manager. So where do we instantiate a new mod manager? So this mod manager get mod manager, it's static as well. So I could do that earlier. I could just call that to make sure that we have a mod manager. So in this game manager, so this is actually the main app. And I don't want necessarily start game. I want maybe when this thing gets going. Maybe this is okay. Maybe somewhere in here. So if I did like a game dot get mod manager, would that be okay, or would it barf on that? Okay, that's cool. So that looks fine. So R underscore K1998 says, okay, that sounds cool. Always wanted to get into Java game dev as I'm already familiar with the language. Did not know libgdx was for 3D too. Yeah, no. And even the latest version of libgdx has some really nice like quality of life methods for handling like intersections and all kinds of other cool stuff. It would be nice if we could move to that, but so sometimes in development you get like you have to kind of freeze your dependencies, and it gets harder to upgrade them, later on in the project, um, for various reasons. Mostly it's around legacy support, to be honest with you. Okay, so game.get mod manager, and then could I do something like localized So this is a property on game. It could be a property somewhere else. What makes more sense? Um, because the mod manager actually is kind of like a so it does a lot of setting up of like all of our content. So it does an item manager, um, monster manager. So it creates all these managers. So maybe it makes sense to have a manager for our string resources. So let's look at the managers and see what that's all about. So we have an entity item, message manager, monster manager, file manager. Um, and then what sort of things use these things? So like a monster manager, what uses this? Okay. So it's used by the game. So it asks the mod manager, please give me the monster manager. So the mod manager, um, that would probably be fine to have it have some sort of string resource thing that it builds. Um, I guess it can live on the mod manager, especially if we can initialize that where I think I'm initializing it. Let me add a breakpoint there, and actually let me move it up here so I can put a breakpoint here just to kind of so I can kind of inspect the object. So let's save, let's debug, and see what it's actually doing. Cool. So now if I create a watch like game manager, so yeah, so it is instantiated, which is cool, and it has a whole bunch of methods like I can do mod manager dot get texture. That's weird. But yeah, so that is initting like I think it's initting. Duh, 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 duh. So let's actually see if we can start replacing. Let's look because I want to replace the stuff on the start screen, and let's just take a look at the splash screen and see how that works. I think there's just a splash screen. Or what is it called? Um, the things I've even hacked this thing up too, so I should know what it's called. Um, not managers. Splash screen at Java. Why did I not find that? Okay. Um, weird. Okay, so splash screen at Java. Um, and then what I want to work with is see like stuff like this we have. So this probably should remain hard coded because you don't want to translate that, but we do have a splash text which we are loading in up here. Oh, I don't think we do. We show splash text anymore? We used to. If is not fading out, huh? So here's yeah. So press any key to start. Um, so this would be something we would want to localize. Cool. So So let's think about it. Right now, the way localization works is in assets, data. Right now it's called strings.dat. Basically, it's just a big list of, it's a JSON dictionary, and it maps names to these localized strings. So for example, Iron Dagger, um, you can put in a loc name here like Daga de Hierro, if you wanted to translate to a different language. And right now, the game would do the correct thing. So if I save that, and if I run it, it should pick up. Let's just verify that I'm not totally crazy town. Okay, so yeah, Daga de Hierro. So so that is working, which is cool. Hey Avram, how are you? I know. People are interested in either Delver, game dev, or something. You should be happy to know that I expanded the character set of Delver by 126 characters, so we should be able to support a Turkish translation now, which is pretty cool. Okay. If I remember correctly, you said it was something like, if I look at leather pants, you said it was something like dairy pantalone, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so we'll just slowly plugging away on this, trying to. So now what I guess let me just prototype like generally what you'd want to do is have something like here on the splash screen, instead of hard coding this, you would want, like if you look at the, for example, for items, um, so source, interrupt, engineer, entities, item. And if we look for localized strings, so we have a game.localizedstrings.get, right? So this is the method we want to use. So let's go over to the splash screen, and it would be something like this, and then we would give it the name, and this returns. So yeah, so let's just call this a string. Press key to start equals, and then let's move this up here. So you can get kind of an idea of what I'm trying to do here. And this is press key to start because that's the correct type. So this is the splash text is an array of string. So we want to give it a string. And then here we actually need to say get, and let's call this yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so Avram, yeah, I'm working on, so it looks like the mod manager is a static class that I can instantiate actually earlier than game itself. So that's what I'm kind of playing around with and see if that actually works as I expect. But yeah, I want to use something like menu. I'm trying to figure out like a good convention. So like menu slash slash press, maybe lower makes more sense so it's not so obnoxious. So like menu splash screen press key to start. So this would be this should be the key that we're looking for in this dictionary. So let's go over to the strings.dat, and let's just add a new entry into this JSON dictionary. So that should be that. And it should point to a localized string. So let's copy over the class name. And then the localized, let's just copy over these two. So this should be, look at my changes to see what it used to say so I can take a peek at that. So changes, strings, Game manager, it used to say in splash screen, press any key to start. Let me paste that there, and this is for the translator comment. I'll just say this is prompt shown once at the start of the game. And this comment field is only for people trying to do translations to try to give them a context of what this means. So like, for example, like menu splash screen, press key to start. This is hopefully to contextualize that so it can aid in the translation. R_for K1998 said, "Did I use a specific algorithm to make up the procedural levels, or did you make yours up?" Yeah, it's homemade. It's if you understand how Spelunky does it, it's similar to that, but not quite the same. Retro Nouveau 10 says, "Hey Joshua, how long have you been streaming?" I've been streaming since noon, so about 3 hours and 15 minutes. Hey Solmorg, welcome, first time. Yeah, I'm working on a game. I'm talking about game stuff. Right now I'm talking about localization, which means being able to translate your game into different languages, which I think for a small game developer is actually pretty darn important. Because the more markets I can sell to, the higher the chances that I have of actually becoming self-sustaining, which would mean I can keep making more of this crazy stuff. So I think this should work. Let me just try debugging this and see what happens. So what this does is this gets back, so it's complaining because the type is wrong. So if I put a semicolon there, it'll complain because this method returns a localized string object, which is not a string. So we just need to do get a dot localized name. And that should return back what we expect. So let me debug it and see if it actually works. I have about 45 minutes left, Retro. So if you want to, so don't feel bad. I will keep going another 45 minutes. Today was a long stream. I usually stream for 2 hours, but today I did 4. No particular reason why. Did I not put a? I thought I put a breakpoint here. Is it not hitting the breakpoint? Did it crash? No pointer exception. Interesting. So let me real quick. So let me do something like this. Let me comment that out. Let me copy it. Let me put it here in the constructor. Let me put this back to what it used to be. Press any key to start. Okay. Let me drop that there. And actually, let me go back to this this game manager and see if I can actually access it there. So let's do a debug. Actually, I want the spot after that. So let's go step over. And then, so I should be able to do something like F2 game.mod manager dot like a localized string. Localized string. What's the mod manager? Or is it on game itself? Game.localized string. So to game.localized strings is no. So, oh, because I need to do something like, where did they actually get instantiated is the question. Okay. Localized strings. Yeah, so I don't actually set it. I could probably do that earlier. Let me try copying this and actually putting it. Maybe this is super prototypey stuff. It will be cleaned up later. Maybe in the Git mod manager. And I think look like string is, so I shouldn't be referring to it by the this anyways. So now let's debug that and see what happens. Yeah, cool. So now game look strings is correctly there. If I did a game.lookstrings.get and then I did my splash screen stuff, so this crazy string here. Get. Nice. Okay, so I think this is working. Let me see. So it looks like, yeah, so so I'm giving these crazy names to try to give even a little bit of context within the name of the resource string itself. Evram says, whoa, Delver supports 1.0. What does that mean? Yeah, and Evram's talking about how Delver generation works, which is correct. Let's continue on. This is, if I step over, yeah, that's correct. So let me try putting that back. Try putting that back up here. Because I think that should be okay. I don't think we launched the splash screen before then. And then this could be press key to start. Let's make this a private access. This is private static. This is splash screen dot press key to start. Now let's give that a shot and see what happens. Oh, yeah, that seems to work just fine. Let me test out if it's actually, it should be pulling. Well, let's go over here and let's say, I have no idea. If somebody wants to translate that for me, please feel free to. Otherwise, I'm just going to say, I have changed the text. And if I run it, cool. So this is a good sign. This is showing that it can pull in different text. So I will leave it at press key to pressing the key to start. Oh, so Evram has provided me the Turkish translation. So let's see what that looks like. Go. So does that look correctish? I know it has an I without a dot, but yeah, that looks. Let me see if actually let me also move it my head out of the way, or let me just do this real. Thank you for the input. I will fix that. So let's close all this. Cancel. File. Open recent. Pixel. Zoom in. For the time being, let me just add in a magenta layer, and then dotless I. Where do you live? Oh my goodness. Here you are. So you Turkish speakers, would 1 pixel higher be better, or is it? Let me delete that. Let me save it, and let me relaunch. Is that, did I? Was that the correct one? Let me. Is that better? It's yeah, no, so I think I goofed up with the Control Z on the magenta background. Here I bumped it up 1 pixel, so it's not the full height as a lowercase character. It's one below. And also, let me turn my head off again. Is it good? All Turkish or people or all folks whose alphabets use a dotless I, please let me know. Um, yeah, 'cause oh man. um, be careful. Please don't put um, yeah. So it looks like I got the Portuguese translation. Let me throw that in there too. Yeah, my concern is too, like some of the languages can certainly be longer in length. So I'm worried about text sizing. So I need to probably figure out a solution for that. But I really appreciate you folks helping me out. That looks Portuguese. Yes, no, good. Cool. So that is a really good sign. Um, yeah, woo! No, I am so excited for people to be able to play the game in their native languages. Um, yeah, like it really makes me happy. Um, so what I need to do now is basically just go through our entire source code and wherever we've used hard-coded strings like that. So like for example, like wherever we had this press key to start like hard-coded, I need to add in this game dot get localized strings get and then this right here. So if I could probably paste that into here, and that would be closer to um, the original. Yeah, cool. So yeah, so I have about a half an hour left on my stream, so I'm just going to start. I guess I'll start working on fixing these strings just from the start of the game, like going into the game. So we'll start with the splash screen and the menu so that everything I can kind of verify everything is going smoothly. But it's looking like things will work out okay. So we don't need this anymore. I don't know where we use this screen name. So some of these internal strings we don't need to translate. It's only the stuff that actually faces the user. Evrim, I've offered if you want to talk about some sort of licensing option to build Starshock in the Delver engine, I'm happy to talk to you about that. Um, but I guess you're a tool builder, so um, there's probably not as much no real desire there. Retro Nuva, I think. Retro Nuva, is your name Ben? Do you mind if I call you that? Have I seen the new presentation of the Nintendo Switch? No, I have not. Okay, these are pings, so if folks want to provide new images for that, that would be fine. So I think the next screen I need to worry about is the menu? Main menu screen, is that right? Main menu, not ping. Play erase options, so cool. Sorry, I mean, for my regulars, it's easier if I just refer to you by your name because we're all real people here, and we're all just wanting to learn about game development. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's just start doing this. Let me pop this over, open in a new vertical split, and let me give myself some more real estate. And I need to go to the main menu screen. And then here, I need to start making more entries for this. So this is a menu, main, and this is the play button. And this should say play. And I'll say this is text for the play button. Okay, and then for some reason screwing up my tabbing. Oh well. Then I want main menu, say erase button, and this is erase. And this is for the erase button, which will delete the player's save game. Okay, and then options. Options has a space in front of it, which is weird. And a space after. Let's just see. Let's just do a good old. Okay. And this should be the options button, which is. If I just make it options, what happens? We might need. Let's just do a space options space for now. Text for the options button, which will open the options menu. Okay, so now I need to drop in the up here. There's the loc. Yeah, get loc strings. So for main menu, instead of having play, I need to have game.getLocStrings dot. And this is that dot localized name. Control C, and then for here, paste that. But I don't want the play button, I want the erase button. And then here, I don't want options, I want the options button. What else? Select save slot. Evram said, I just wouldn't be comfortable, you know, like putting things, yep. Yep, no worries, Evram. I am mostly just teasing you. This is the select save slot. This should be select save slot. This is a text prompt indicating the user should click a save slot. Okay, let's fix the tab on that. And then actually, I just need to copy over this. Copy that and paste that, and then not the options button, but this. So copy and paste. So select save slot. Okay, this here needs to be new game. Let me see. So Ben is saying when you first streamed, I had about 20 viewers. Now it's practically doubled. Yeah, no, it's really, it kind of blows my mind that this many people are interested in the project and game development in general, and I think it's awesome. I mean, hopefully I'm giving you guys good content and kind of touching stuff that is interesting. And I am always open for a suggestion. If there's certain things I'm doing that drives you crazy, or if there's certain things you want to see me do more often, please let me know. I want to make sure that this is a cool place to learn and hang out, but also that it's worth your time. So if I need to get the Okay. So Nolan says the engine currently cannot handle Japanese. Um, yeah, so the character set is not there. I would like to at least get a small tutorial put together so folks who have needs for different characters can show how that can be accomplished. Because it's certainly since we support Unicode, it is possible. I just there's only so many characters I can draw, and so Delver's original character set had about 50 some odd characters, and now we're like 260 some odd. So I've like almost quadrupled the number of characters the Delver engine can draw. But I have to draw lines somewhere, you know. Um, yeah, no, Evrim, I totally get it. Like for some of us, like making a game is just as fun as playing a game, and I am not going to give you a hard time there. And what was this before I did it? This was new game, which I think is okay. Yeah, so this should be new game save slots. This should say new game. Okay, and this should say like that. Okay. This is text shown on a save slot when the slot is empty. Let me see. Da, 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 da. So Evram says, do I develop when I'm not streaming? Yeah, I do develop when I'm not streaming. Um, a lot of times I'm just so for those of you who don't know, I have I have a stay-at-home dad, so that is the thing I spend the most of my time doing. And when I do have free time, I do work on Delver. Lately, for this year, I've been trying to do something creative every day. It's kind of falling off a little bit. So if you follow my Twitter account, I've been posting stuff. Right now, I'm probably in the 75%. I will try to get back on that, but it's hard, you know. Like I knew it was ambitious when I began, and that's why I try to set it up so that next month I can get back on the wagon if it's becoming too hard, and I can kind of readjust my schedules. But yeah, I do stream, or I do work when I'm not streaming, which is why I do the on the Sunday streams I do the weekly recap just to cover what I've done. Um, let me see. Pertev Gap says, how many sprites can Delaware handle at once? I am not sure. I've seen people throw out a couple hundred and it seems to be okay-ish. It kind of chugs at a certain point. Um, So Nolan says that's what I would do. There's a lot of detail in each. Yeah. So they're talking. So Evrim and Nolan are talking about like Japanese and Chinese and Korean characters, which is tough. So Enrique is saying, is the font for Delver 8 by 8? There are plenty of pixel Japanese fonts you can outline for that size. So the Delver font is, I changed it to be 8 by 12. But if you look at the font definition file, so the real kind of trick here is if you look at in the assets folder under UI. So if you go to your assets folder, UI, there's this pixel.fnt. And this is just a list of all the characters that Delver could possibly render, and you just provide it an X chord, a Y chord, a width, and a height, and it will chop it out of there. So it doesn't necessarily even have to be a nice even grid, as long as you can provide it the correct chords. I do keep it on a grid for the most part because that's just kind of traditionally what it's been. But if you want to go 16 by 16 characters, you certainly can. Again, that's why I need to like the more you folks talk to me, the more I realize like some of the support I need to add for it. But I just want to get it going, and I'm excited. And it won't be perfect, but we will work together and make it good. Let me see. Cool. So Chris is pressuring me to do more art. Thank you. Like I have had a lot of fun doing the arts that I have, and it's nice to do personal art. But like um, working in Delver and contract work um, does come first. And Evram says, yeah, Delver. I mean, we try to keep a low resolution, but it's not strict, so we can scale stuff, which is not a big deal. Evram says, "Where's my Delver emoji?" What do you mean? Are you asking for like a Twitch emoji? Okay, so let's keep on. Let's try to see if we can get this. I will finish off this menu and then I'll go back to chat. So give me a moment. So that's cool. So now we need something for error. So let's see if I can keep that in my little brain before it forgets. So copy, and then here, this needs to be paste there. And then I need to um, copy this and paste there. And this needs to be um, error save slot, and this should be error. This is text shown on a save slot when the slot uh, data cannot be loaded. Okay. So the save name. So when you start doing stuff like this with plus equals with translation, you start getting into danger territory. So I might have to kind of rework how that's happening. Yeah, because we have gold, deaths, ascended, which if you didn't know, you can do that. Um, blah, 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 blah. I'm just kind of looking through what other text might be there. Okay. Get save names. Yeah, some of this stuff might need a little bit of might be a little bit of work. Um, Let me just launch this and see what happens. So that looks correct. If you guys want to throw out, if you want to throw out translations for any of these buttons, feel free to for like new game or erase or save slot. But I'm just gonna let me just do the cheap thing. Like a lot of times when we're working about like if we're worrying about translation and just supporting that stuff, what we'll do is we'll just copy um, we'll copy some Unicode characters and just throw it on the end of a word. So I can do something like this. Just go. And of course, this will mess up this some of the spacing, but let's just do that. This is generally the fast and dirty way to do it. Yep. So we got that there. Yep. 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 So it's all pulling in correctly, which is good. I think maybe the spaces. Let me try adding the space to the end of that because I think that might be important for options. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I need to make a note about this button because it needs um, also the same thing for play too. Um, so play and option, cool. So I need that as a note. Uh, the string is padded with a space to make the button scale, which is not super great, but that's where we're at right now. So I'm just going to put this in my note for the translators. And this is for the options menu, also needs that. And let me go ahead and just get rid of the Turkish that I don't need. I probably should also leave this note here because these buttons I guess they need a little bit of padding for them to scale correctly. Um, all right, let me see. Oh, I thought about doing some emoji support because we do use some emojis in Delver, but that's not a high priority right now. KT Philip Filippo says, if I want to make a game, what should I do? I mean, you should find the tool that allows you to make a game the easiest. Like I would say, try using Game Maker or something like that. It's pretty darn easy. Has a lot of tutorials and gets you going fast. Like personally, I have a degree from university in computer science, but you can start making games without degrees. It just depends how stubborn and dedicated you are to it. But yeah, I would say find the tools that allow you to do the thing you want to do, the easiest and the fastest, and don't necessarily worry about purity of stuff. So Sal Morg says, did you make your own engine or did you create the game in another? So the engine is a custom engine written by the other developer whose name is Chad. And they're talking about me pasting on the Turkish to the end of the button. So sorry. Um, okay, yeah, so they're talking about Turkish. So I think, let me see, just kind of audit this again. I think there's going to be some issues with how we do the save slot stuff. Ba, 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 ba. Just kind of slide that over. Yeah, so this is the stuff I'm worried where we start putting together these strings piecemeal. So we also have this progress text. So KR Stalker says it would be cool if with duels. I'm not quite sure what you mean by duels per se. So yeah, so let me try just taking a stab at this. So what this really needs to be is something like, also I need to look up some Java documentation. Java message format. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Because what I want to do is I want to say something like, instead of this, it would be save name equals something like where these parameters get swapped in. So this is um, so this potentially is, so let me look at a Java message format example. Just get me going. So I need something like string text equals message format dot format. And I need to pass it in a string and a number of params. So something like this, so control C, so the string will be that, and then param1 is save name, and then param2 is save.level, and then let's import that. I hit Alt-Enter, there we go, cool. And then I should be able to do something like that, right? So let me make sure this works, and then I'll push this over into the localization stuff. So this needs to be text. And then let me debug this to make sure it's doing what I think it's actually doing, because that's probably a good thing to do. Yeah, KR Stalker, Delver is not multiplayer. Unfortunately, the situation we're in is we wrote our own custom engine for a single player game, and we're kind of stuck there. Not that it's a bad place to be, and I would love to do multiplayer sometime in the future, but Delver is not that project, unfortunately. So this is, yeah, cool. That came through okay. So continue. Go back here. So yeah, that looks good. I did not remove that translation, so let me fix that. Well, thank you. That's very kind. Where's the new game at? Yep, let's get rid of that. Okay, so what I want is this is the this is more of a Control C, Control V. Delver is written in Java, and I need to pick the brains of the folks who are non-English speakers. You see with this message format string, um, I think this is an okay way to do it. Could Evrim or Pertep, could you provide me a translation to what I'm doing here, if that makes sense? So, because I know some languages might rearrange the text. So the look name should be that. So this right here, it's this string that will put, and let me see, name shown on a save slot. So when I was adding the tusu to the end of all the buttons, that was just verifying that the translation was working. It's a lot of times when you're working on making something localizable, you'll just add just random characters to the end of all the strings, so you can make sure that you hit all the strings. So that's what I was doing. I wasn't actually trying to provide a correct translation. I was just making sure that that when I provide a translation, that it actually comes through. GUI 2203 says, "Are we going to update the Humble Bundle version of Delver?" Eventually. Chad is the person who is in charge of pushing the builds out to the various marketplaces. So that is a Chad question. If he ever gets back to me, or if he lets me know, I will let you know. Okay, this is text shown on a save slot. Text shown on a save slot. 0 is the name of the dungeon level, and 1 I think it's the player's level, right? Let me just take a look at. No, it's the save. And 1 is the number of the Let me just verify that is correct. So camp level 1. So if I play and go down a level, it should say dungeon 1 level 2? Dungeon 1 level 1. Okay. This is dungeon 2 level 2? Dungeon 2 level 1. Is this the player's level? Let me try that. So play. Yeah, this is probably the player's level. So I'll hit K, level up, health, done, K, level up, defense, done, quit. Level 1? Did I goof that? Save name, save.level. What is save.level? Weird. So if I revert my change, what does it look like? That is super strange. Let me launch the Steam version and see what it's actually doing. Oh. Let's do PC program files. And I have about 5 minutes left on the stream, folks. So if there's any questions that you want to know, please ask. I'll answer them, or I will get back to you on them. Common Delver. Let me just. Why is it not launching? I goofed something up. What? Oh man, let me. I do have a Delver to Exe running. Weird. Is there a Java instance running? Let me see what else. Strange. So Delver's not running. Java's not running. Is it a sub? What have I done? Steam Client Bootstrapper. Let's kill that. There we go. And let's kill that. Let's just go through and kill all the Steam stuff and all the Java stuff. That seems like a fun thing to do. Okay, now if I relaunch, so Steam should be gone. Let me relaunch that. I shouldn't have your asset folder in there anymore, Enrique. That was my first thing I went to. Okay, library, play. Weird. So I got my game into a bad state. If I just run this. Let me just, let's do the old delete local content relaunch. It still thinks it's running. So it says it's the Open JDK platform binary. Yup, thank you. That is definitely what's going on here. Yep, and it no longer thinks Delver's running. And it's still bailing though. So let's end that. Let's make sure Delver seems to be stopped. Let's delete local content. Here, all. Let's go to here. Let's delete all that. Clean up our install and then reinstall real quick. Yep. Okay. Let me see. So per tab gap, I was curious, like the ordering of those. If you notice on the string, it's a not this one. The string has this is 0 level 1. Would you still order it that way, or would you switch that around, if that makes sense? So given a name and a number, how would you order those? Let me see. Hey, Ansky. Unfortunately, you're joining right at the end of my stream. I've been streaming, oh my goodness, almost 4 hours now. Let me see if I got this straightened out. If not, I won't worry about it too much. I'm just trying to figure out what data it's actually showing there. So let's take a peek. Let's look. So new game, play. Let me see if I drop down a few levels. Okay, and if I quit, Cave 1, level 1, I play. So if I hit L, nope, that lets level me up. Magic. And then go down a level. And if I escape and quit. So folks who have played Delver, on your save games, does it always say level 1 here? I'm kind of curious what your save info looks like. So I'm trying to make heads or tails of this, and this always looks to be level 1 for me. Yep, so I guess I'm just gonna have to assume that it's correct, and something like, I'll just have to say, so save name equals message format. And then this is not error save slot, this is info save slot. Text shown on a save slot, 0 is the engine. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's go over, well, actually, let's go over here. Let's grab this loc string information. That, and then here on the format, I need to pass it that, and then I need to pass it the correct name. So this is the not the new game save slot, but the info save slot. Let me clean that up, clean that up. There we go. So Nickman, I think it does that sometimes after you die and you start a new game. I'm not sure why it says 1,000 gold, but I've seen that as well, but I can't easily reproduce it. So that looks like I haven't goofed anything up. If I start a new game, cool. Info save, quit. Yeah, so that looks fine. Yeah. So let's call this a good stopping point. I'm really excited. So now we are being able to localize the main menus, um, which isn't super sexy, but it's super useful as far as like getting the translation work going online. Um, so let's kind of recap what we worked on today. So earlier in the stream, we did pixel art. We made, at least I had already brought this in. So this is the pixel art for the example mod that I'm working on. And this is it's an example mod that is kind of like a character story pack. So this mod will add this character's items to the dungeon. They're pretty powerful and they kind of tell a little bit of a story. So it's a nice little thing to add in. I'm hoping that folks will use this as kind of a template. If you are so inclined, I also pushed out this to my GitHub page. So if you want to go to, uh, let me just copy this. This is the link to my GitHub page, and you can clone this or you can use this as an example. So I will keep adding as I create more example mods, they will live out here. So this is the example character story pack, and the image the pixel art lives out here. All the definitions for the actual mod live out here. I will probably update this a little bit too. Um, with new mods and with better information. So hopefully this is a good resource for people who are looking to do this sort of work. So I pushed that live, or pushed it out this stream, and then we switched over to really heavily working on this language stuff. So hopefully it's been a cool stream. I really appreciate all you folks for coming to hang out with me. Again, if you don't know who I am, sorry you're coming for the stream late. My name's Joshua. I'm working on a video game called Delver. If you are interested in Delver, you can go to delvergame.com. That's the website right there. It will direct you to Steam if that's your thing. It'll direct you to Humble. We have a Humble widget down here too. If you'd rather do Humble, with the Humble, you should be getting a Steam key. If you don't, let us know, but you should. Right now, it's $7.99 in early access. If early access is not your thing and you want to wait for us to come out with a 1.0 release, we're aiming to do a 1.0 release sometime this year. That's kind of what these dev streams are all about, is me pushing towards getting a 1.0 release done. This dev stream is my regular Sunday dev stream, so if you want to come back next Sunday, that'd be great. I'll be working on more Delver. Also, I do bonus dev streams if I have the free time. So in the evening, sometimes when I have a little bit of time, I'll stream some Delver work. Those are like kind of ad hoc. So if you want to know when they happen, follow me on Twitch or on Twitter at Joshua Skelly. Both handles are the same in both places. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you for buying my game. Thank you for hanging out with me and giving me excellent feedback during my streams. I really look forward to my Sundays because of you folks. Take care, and I will see you in a week.